Hey, yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. How are we doing today? What's going on, what's going on, what's going on? Did we have a good weekend, did we? Did we have a good weekend? I don't know if you can hear me all good as well. I'd appreciate that. Yo, Jamie, what's going on? Cheese, welcome to the stream. Chase, hello, hello. Riley, welcome, 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 guys. Howdly doodly. Howdly doodly. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's very much appreciated. Helps out a lot as well. Also, quick FYI, I did upload a video today as well. If you want to check it out, go check it out. Let me know what you think. Short some love, short some love. Alright, should we get things started? Do it then. Let's do it then, shall we? Welcome. How we doing, man? How we doing? Yeah, it was alright. Yeah, I'm buzzing now because Rose is on the 3-day weeks, man. So, buzzing. So, she's in now Wednesday, Thursday, and she's off Friday, and then she's off next Monday again. So, happy about that. Happy about that. You know what as well? I just wanted to say, I uploaded a video last night, you know, because massive news. Freaking Tencent have bought Hero shares in Kuro, and they're the majority shareholders now, right? I put up a video talking about that, reacted to it, read the statement from Kuro, and then somebody posted a comment basically saying I'd misunderstood that, I think, and then repeated exactly what I'd said, pretty much verbatim, just saying that Tencent can't affect anything in regards to Wuthering Waves and PGR, which is true and it's not true, but I pretty much said exactly what they said, and there's like got a bunch of people saying, yeah, man, you have to copy and paste that, this comment needs pinned to the top, and it's like, I said that, you didn't watch the video, man, what the fuck? I literally said that. All I said was, I inferred that Tencent can potentially affect PGR and Wuthering Waves, not from directly owning the IP, because they've purchased shares within Kuro, so they're majority owner of Kuro themselves, but they don't actually own the IP. Well, I don't know how Kuro have got their IP ownership in that regard. It's different in China anyway. You know, you can buy a majority shares in a company, but not own the IP itself. That can still be owned by a minority shareholder. But that doesn't mean that even if you own the minority, if you're the minority shareholder and you own the IP to the game, that the company that basically owns the majority of your company now can't kind of push through things in the future, you know, which they can. I'm not saying that Tencent will, and obviously with 37, you only have to have, I think, 34% or 37% of the company to veto it within Chinese law. So Kuro can veto decisions pushed by Tencent. But obviously, if you think about how corporations work, that's just going to get you into a problematic position, you know? They can then start to go, okay, then, you know what? All this money that we're potentially investing in the future might not be happening. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen at all. It's going to be, basically, they've got a massive company behind them now. But in the video, I just inferred that, you know, it could affect PGR and Wuthering Waves, but I don't think it will. But, like, people in that video seem to think I was saying something totally different when I wasn't. It's a fact. Tencent purchased Hero shares within Kuro. Simple. They own more than half of the company now. That's just how it is. But I think people was trying to make out that I was, I don't know, spreading misinformation or putting it in some negative light. It's like, I literally said exactly what the op of the comment said, but people seem to agree with that more than what I said, which is like, did you even watch the video? I don't think. What's going on, Equinox? Welcome to the stream. The old Sipuri, how's it going? Yeah, pretty much. Basically, Tencent, 51% of Hero, and well, what it was Tencent had 14% shareholder stake in Kuro, and Hero, it was like 34% or something like that, yeah? Basically, Tencent bought out Hero shares, pretty much, you know what I mean? So they just own majority of the company now. But, like, here, let me show you. I'm not putting the person on blast. Right. Okay, this comment says, misunderstood that. So actually what happened was Tencent bought Hero Game shares. Literally said that in the video. Initially, Kuro had 48.6%. Hero Games had 37.4%. And Tencent had 14%. Literally said that in the video. With the success of Black Myth Wukong, I didn't mention that because I don't think that's necessarily relevant. We don't know for a fact that's why Hero have sold their shares, because Black Myth Wukong did so well. Hero Games sold its shares to Tencent. Finally, Tencent owns 51.4%. Literally said that in the video. It used to be Kuro Games stock, but Kuro Games split internal and external stocks for external stocks. Yes, it is between Tencent and Hero Games. Literally said that in the video. While Kuro remains standing as an individual company, technically, they are an individual company, but also technically, they kind of are a subsidiary of Tencent now, but not in a controlling manner, basically, because I think you have to have like 70-odd% basically, because you need, I think, 34% to gain access to a veto within decision making. So once you go past that 76%, I think it is, basically, you own the company. You know what I mean? Pretty much. You don't have entirety ownership of the company, but you do in all, basically in all decision making, because nobody can stand against your majority shareholders. Kuro can still do that. Although Tencent now owns 51.4% of the shares, it has nothing to do with Kuro. Yeah, it does. As it is Hero Games that has the business with Tencent. Yes, but they sold the shares of their ownership in Kuro to Tencent, so that ownership has transitioned over. So they do, in fact, have ownership in Kuro. That's it. It's not. You don't like. They're not separate from the company itself. They're still part of the company. Like they even stated this in their announcement. Kuro did that. We've had statements and agreements basically made with Tencent that they're not going to do any dodgy shit, which I don't think they will. I don't think they will at all. But I was just surprised by these comments. Overall, it's good. Global Synchro is deciding 3 extra rewards weekly. Yeah, I think this is a good thing. What's going on, Kyosha? I do think this is probably a good thing because it's going to stabilize Kuro as a company. It's going to allow them to potentially massively increase their resources, potentially increase their overheads in regards to employment, getting more people in, getting stuff out faster. Marketing budget can potentially go through the roof. A company like Tencent Global, so their ability to, market in international territories is going to be like on the next level compared to what Kuro would potentially able to do. So I think this is a good thing. All I mentioned was in the video was that potentially, we've got to look at it as unbiased as possible, because I think sometimes people look at it as well, it's got to be only a good thing, which I think it will be. If the bottom lines are not met, Tencent might start to look at stuff and go, we're going to need to make some changes here. Now, Kuro can veto some of those decisions, but will they veto some of those decisions if the threat of potentially losing the money flow coming in, you know what I mean? Potentially things getting harder for them. I don't think that's going to happen. That's a worst case scenario, basically, is what I'm saying. And I didn't even really go to that deep into it in the video, but like, I was just like, I just wanted to make this point, not that it's a major deal. I guess I'm getting one guide in a way, or one girl, because I think it's a woman. But like, it's got a bunch of likes on it, and people are like, this comment needs pinned. Finally, a hero who gets informed and then speaks. But I fucking said exactly what this person said in the comments. People have watched like 5 seconds of the video, assumed I've said something I haven't said, looked at a comment and be like, yeah, this person's saying exactly the right thing. the ops wrong. What the fuck, bro? What my theory is, current odds sales are going to be low in PGR way less than compared to as usual due to global sync and neglecting spenders and whales and free to play and happy and spenders are not. I don't know. I think potentially. I said this before. I don't you remember? It's gone back a couple of weeks ago now. I actually said that I mentioned it in a video actually, saying that I think Kuro are such talented developers that although I don't want it to happen in a way because I want them to concentrate on Wuthering Waves and PGR, that a company that has the money to games wouldn't go wrong in coming to Kuro, trying to purchase them and getting them to make that sort of stuff because they've got the development chops to make quality stuff. Do you know what I mean? And I think that Tencent have kind of, I don't know if necessarily they want that, but I think they maybe want to build Kuro out to potentially be that sort of company for them in the future where they're going to be handling their gacha games, and there's a potential that they're going to try and use them to maybe develop games, premium box price games as well, just because the quality of the developers. Error YouTube is not receiving enough to maintain streams smooth streaming. What do you mean? What do you mean? As far as I'm aware, everything's fine. Is the stream lagging? Is the stream lagging, guys? My dashboard's telling me shit's fucked. I saw that as well, Vez. I thought your comment was totally, like, normal. It made sense to me. Made perfect sense to me. I didn't think you were claiming any doomsayer comments at all, but it was a perfectly sound comment. And I saw the comments underneath. I think this is what people talk about, I think, sometimes in the toxic positivity within the Wuthering Wave space, is that you're making a video talking about it, and as soon as you mention the potential negative things that could happen, you don't think they will, but let's just be open, they could. And then it's like, you're talking shit, mate. You're talking shit, mate. What you saying? What you saying? You know? It's like, bro, what do you want about, man? You know what I mean? And I don't think it is going to be a bad thing. I think this is going to be a very good thing for Kuro. I think it's going to be a very good thing for Wuthering Waves. I think it's going to be a good thing for potential games in the future for Kuro. And I think it's potentially them. This is what Tencent do. They get their fingers in multiple pies. You know what I mean? They're huge. They're huge. They're trying to become like well, in a sense that they're making more bank than that at the minute, but like an Ubisoft and EA, this sort of kind of company, this global publisher, basically, aren't they? That's why they're looking for developers who are making good stuff and going after those guys. I wouldn't even be surprised if Tencent maybe paid over the odds for the shares from Hero. Honestly, I wouldn't. I don't think it's a case where they came in and underpaid and doing some sly business. I think they looked at them and was like, right, it makes sense for us. This is a good developer. It makes sense for us to get a hold of this in whatever way we can. You know what I mean? And help build it out to something that we pay a little bit over the odds now, but potentially looking at things like Huyo, could it be a Huyo in the future? Could this be a company that's going to produce an IP that's going to do $10 billion in the next 5 years? That's what I think's happened. You know what I mean? Yeah, they own Grinding Gears Games. End of the day, Tencent stays on top of their stuff. League got better with them for a long while. Yeah, exactly. And as somebody who likes Valorant, Riot seems to be doing fine under them. You know what I mean? Seems to be doing more than fine. So I don't think it's going to be a massive problem at all. I think it's something that we've got to be like, okay, all right, this could change things. Like the idea here where this person says Tencent will never be able to touch PGR and Wuthering Waves because the two games are founded by Kuro Games themselves. Now, I don't know exactly how IP law works in China, but as I said, you can have a company, you can own the IP as the company or as individuals themselves can own the IP, right? So you could sell the majority of your company but still own the IP. Do you know what I mean? So somebody could buy your company out, you could walk away, but still own the rights to Wuthering Waves or PGR, which might be the case. But even if it is, obviously, if somebody comes in and buys majority of your company, they're going to be able to sway potential future decisions on what you do, aren't they? Now, I don't think Tencent are going to do that, but that's all I mentioned in the video, that I do think that is a thing that could happen. The idea that they will never be able to touch PGR and Wuthering Waves, I think that's like, well, I don't know if that's actually true. But yeah, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. Well, this is what I was saying. What's going on, Charlie? I think it's probably a good thing. I think it's probably a good thing. It's more money at the end of the day, isn't he? You know what I mean? Massive company. Basically, in a sense, Kuro was still an indie company, but they're partially owned by a AAA entity now. Now, just because you're owned by a company that's got AAA money doesn't instantly make you AAA, because obviously about how much money it's put in development and all that sort of stuff, isn't he? Yeah, I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing. We're trying to cancel your game picks. What's going on, Appleboy? Nah, I made a video talking about the old Tencent thing, and this person thought I misunderstood that, and then literally repeated everything I said in the video, minus the fact that they were saying, like, it's not going to affect Kuro, not going to affect Wuthering Waves and PGR, which I don't think it will, but I said there's a potential that it could. And then, like, it was just funny because people were like, after copying back, this comment needs pinning. Finally, a hero that first gets informed and then speaks. And I was just like, I said the same thing, man. What are you on about? Fuck out of here. And I think that comment got more likes in the video. It's like, wait a minute. You guys will read a paragraph, but you won't watch the video for 30 seconds to see I said exactly the same thing. Piss off. You know what I mean? Let me look. Yeah, that comment got exactly the same amount of likes as the video. And I'm like, bruh, I said that, what do you mean? I misunderstood that? We agree. We are literally saying the same thing, bar a couple of sentences. Yeah, I know. I said that in the video as well. I think sometimes people don't understand context. Because I said the doomsayers will say, oh, it was because Wuthering Waves of end of services and they needed Daddy Kuro's checkbook. And I think some people hear that and they say, he said there was end of service. And I never fucking said that. My laziness extends to content as well. Don't judge me. But yeah, I was like, when I read the comments, and then people were saying it needs to be pinned, I was just like, but if you watch the video, I said the same thing, man. Does it really need to be pinned? We're in agreement here, man. We're in agreement. We are in agreement. Yeah, Gachas gaming seem to be tripping. I've actually been I try and be unbiased, and when people have been a lot of Gachas gaming or man, they hate Wuthering Waves, and I've been like, I don't know. The shit I did see in there was like, okay, all right, that was slimy. That was definitely slimy from r/Gachas gaming. There was definitely trying to. There wasn't trying to present a viewpoint, but there was definitely allowing a viewpoint to roll that just really wasn't the case. I think Tencent will go for skins. Finally, UL56A. Let's go. See, like, yeah, I think all it's going to mean is, how do I think this will affect Wuthering Waves? I think it'll probably be not minimal, or we won't necessarily see it in. Well, we will see it in game. So what do I mean is, I think how this will affect Wuthering Waves will be marketing budget will potentially grow. I would think that, they're a majority shareholder now. They're going to want to see their investments grow, which it doesn't matter that Wuthering Waves and PGR came out before they bought the majority shares. It's their investment now. It's what's It's what's processing them the cash at the moment. So they're going to want to see that make more money. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see marketing increasing and the potential for bigger collaborations, basically. Tencent have got that sort of interpersonal relationships among businesses that they own, that they've just got investments in, that they, they're basically, they've got the tendrils in everything. So we could potentially see some huge collaborations with Wuthering Waves. I think we'll potentially see that Kuro are maybe able to hire more staff. So the production of content speed increases. So we might see more content coming to the game faster, even if it's just quality of life stuff. So I think it'll affect Wuthering Waves in that regards, and maybe even PGR as well. They might try and look at PGR and be like, right, okay, let's try and get this making more as well by maybe getting it out there a bit more, rather than trying to affect the development of the games themselves and changing stuff to make them more profitable. They'll probably go down the route of like, let's make them more visible. Let's get more people in here. We know that we've got good products here. Let's get more people in the door, basically, to sell more stuff, pretty much. I think where the major part will be is, I wouldn't be surprised if you see Kuro expand in regards to creating a new department that's going to be for further games in the future. I think you'll probably see that. It'd be interesting to see if we look to see on their website in the coming months if they start to hire people, whether it's for Kuro's next game that they had planned, or whether Tencent might come to Kuro and be like, look, we own this IP. We want you guys to make it. That could be a thing that happens as well. So yeah, it could be huge. It could be huge. What's the history of Tencent? Well, I don't know the exact history, but Tencent are involved in everything. If you want to release a movie in China, Tencent have to be like, I don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure Tencent have to be on the credits, because they have to be kind of considered part of the production of the movie. Even if they've done nothing, that just gets you in China. You know what I mean? They're a massive investment company. They're a media investment company, and they're a game investment company. They're a publisher, everything pretty much. They're huge. They're huge. They're an absolute monster of a company, and they're growing rapidly as well. And recently, they've been purchasing, obviously, Western companies as well, because they're trying to, corner the market in different spaces. And I think partially they've looked at what Hoyo have done. I think they want to potentially probably turn Kuro into the next Hoyo. That's what I think anyway. That's my thinking, is that they want their own Hoyo. They want something that's going to produce them $10 to $15 billion over the next decade. You know what I mean? The only issue is I do agree, Vez is right. Censorship could be a problem. They are a company that's directly linked with the government. But for their other titles, really, they're kind of, I haven't really seen that myself. No more than what you probably would just get from a company operating out of China anyway. You know what I mean? It's more typically companies that are trying to enter the Chinese market that would have something like Tencent be the arm that decides censorship. You know what I mean? So yeah. Well, it was a private company, which is big, but they're not like, obviously Tencent, but they want something, obviously if you can buy a company for, I don't know how much, let's just say, I don't know, let's say a couple of $100 million, right? And you can turn that into something that can produce a revenue stream over the next decade of $10 billion. And then in itself, because what is Hoyo worth? Is Hoyo worth like $32 billion or something? I could be wrong. So if you can earn a revenue stream of $10 billion over the next decade and have a valuation in the tens of billions for a few $100 million within a decade, that's good business, man. That's good business. Kuro is getting shit for now. What shit they're getting? Enlighten me. I should imagine it's just people who hate on the company, and this is just another excuse to, I don't know, to make up bullshit. Why it's a really bad thing. I'd say any business transaction has its positives and its negatives. And the Tencent drama. What's the Tencent drama specifically? Global Sync will ruin spenders' experience in free to play Rejoice. The free that I can understand some people maybe having a worry about that, but I think until like it really starts happening, it rolls out, it'll be hard to say, won't it? I don't censorship will be too terrible concerning the gacha space. Honestly, Kuro games tend to be a lot less risky. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. And I think any censorship that was going to affect something like Wuthering Waves was probably already potentially happening if it ever was, because of them operating out of China anyway. You know, I know some developers have pushed the limit, and I know that the CCP can change what's considered allowed on a dime, pretty much. But whether they were part of Tencent or not, that would still affect them anyway, wouldn't it? Like, all it is now, it's probably potentially maybe going to protect them from the regulators in a negative way, maybe, because Tencent is one of those companies that's in the graces within China, isn't it? You know what I mean? So I think if anything, it's going to give them a lot more what's the word I'm looking for? You know, a lot more connections, if you will, if that makes sense. People love doing posting, they do, yeah. Tencent has so-called bad history. Man, if you look at a lot of developers, man, half of them have bad history. End of the day, Tencent owns so many companies. You know what I mean? You're gonna like So this is just a quick Google here. This is obviously not everything. Oh, here we go. Is this one's a little bit whatsy? Okay. Bring it up so you guys can see it a bit better. Fuck off. Don't sign me up to your shit. I don't want to sign up to your shit. Okay, let's have a look. World's largest games publisher is both an internet entertainment giant in China and the equivalent to Facebook or Google, but gamers worldwide are probably more familiar with Tencent's investments into growing number of game developers. With over 600 investments in its portfolio, staying on top of every company that Tencent has in stake can be a little daunting. All right, let's have a look then. So we know Riot Games, 100% of Riot Games, Valorant, League of Legends, upcoming MMO that they're making that apparently, hopefully, still happening. Epic Games, 40%, so potentially nearly half of Epic Games, which, you know, is affecting a massive amount within the video game world. You know, so that's massive. Larian Studios, another developer considered a golden child. Nobody moans about Tencent having money in Larian Studios. Of course, it's 30%, but it's still a big share. From Software, another darling child of the video game industry, 16%. Oh, granted, these are lesser numbers. Crafton, you know, 13.9%. Everybody loves a bit of PUBG. Ubisoft, massive Western company, not so loved, 11%. Activision Blizzard, 5%. Grinding Gears Games, this is what I mentioned earlier. Path of Exile, 80%. I thought it was 90-odd% actually with that. Another company that kind of just does the thing. Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2 are like, their labours of love. You know what I mean? They're games that they are not getting, as far as I'm aware anyway, pushed and pulled around by Tencent to effectively push them to do stuff. And owning 80% of the company, they have control of the company there. You know, that Grinding Gears would have no veto in stopping them basically making any decisions. So other investments worth noting: Remedy, Leo Technologies, owner of Digital Extremes. There you go, 100% of that. Inflection Games, Supercell, which we know about. Platinum Games as well. We don't know the actual investment in that. Jaeger, Frontier Developments, Kakao, Paradox Interactive, Fat Shark, Funcom, Shark Mob. I didn't know they had any money in Discord as well. So, yeah, man, if you've got a major problem with Tencent, you might probably want to stop gaming. If I'm honest, for real. You know, if it's their history bothers you that much, there's a good chance that at any given time you're using something or playing with something that they own some of it, so you cooked. You know what I mean? You cooked. And that's not even all of the list there. That's just a snippet of the stuff as well. So yeah, I'm not worried. I'm not worried. There's no reason to be worried yet. You know, mergers in companies happen all the time. Buyouts happen all the time. You know, shareholders shares switch hands. Different people become majority shareholders here and there. Companies get merged together, as I say. You know, if they were a family-friendly company, exactly, it's true. You know, when you think about it, I know people talk about the your harem and the innuendos. That's really for us as Kumas that are finding that there. That it's not really there, is it? For the most part. Let's just say Kuro will have restrictions compared to Hoyo because Hoyo is a private company. This is true. This is true. Tencent are publicly listed, aren't they? But at the same time, though, being part of a conglomerate like that gives you access to so much more. You know what I mean? People that were once competitors are not really competitors anymore. This is why I say it opens up so many avenues in regards to media, marketing, collaboration, employees. You know what I mean? Working, bringing departments from other companies in to help bolster potential things happening within the company. Indiana Jones game. I don't know what to think of that, man. First person, when I saw it was first person, I was gutted. They do, yeah, Charlie. Considering how much Tencent has their hands in, I've seen one major story rewrite in RPGs and a few games of clothing changes, enemy design changes over, what, 10 years? Exactly. And look, one thing with us in the West now, we can't, especially in the West, we can't look to Chinese companies and go, they're going to be censoring stuff. Have you seen what's been happening in the Western game world? You know, people can say, oh, here we go, here we go. You know, but it's true. It's true. We've definitely seen stuff forced into games that us as gamers didn't ask for. Characters changing, dialogue being rewritten, you know, specific things being forced into games, you know, marketing changing to advertise to people who don't care about the IP, ignoring the fan bases of particular IPs. We've seen it all, whether it's in films or gaming. So, you know, I think especially in places like Europe and America, if we're worried about potential censorship, why ain't we been worried about it? What's been going on in most Western games recently? Yeah, they did say that the agreements had been made as well, that Tencent basically would leave them to it. And it seems that's what Tencent does. They do seem to do that. They buy companies, and I think they're smart enough to understand that the people who are working with the games are smarter than they am in regards to games. They know that we know money, they know games. So what we'll do is we'll work with the money side of things, let them just do the game sort of stuff, and we'll let them cook. And basically, we'll invest where we need to and potentially use their expertise, I guess, to try and, you know, expand the project, I guess. At least it's not Netflix, right? Oh, right, dude. Telling you. Yeah, I think for the most part, regarding Wuthering Waves and PGR, we probably won't see much change. But at the same time, we will, if that makes sense. It'll be like business as usual, but we might see more efficiency. We might see better marketing. You know, look at things with how the drip marketing's been a little bit skewed sometimes with this game. Now they might be able to get a team that's specifically designed to do that, that's got a few more people working for it, so that stuff gets done properly. You know, when characters are coming out, it's not this like, well, when's the marketing? It's like, right, you know, it's coming. There's a proper roadmap to the marketing. Even if we don't know what's coming next, you know that, right, on this particular day, something's going to happen. And then a few weeks later, the banner will drop and blah, 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 blah. And you'll be able to like get your watch to it, like, you know what I mean? Whereas now we're like, when's the next bit coming kind of thing? What's going on, David? Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much their resources have just increased, in my opinion. Obviously, we don't know. We don't know, you know? Anything could happen, I guess. We've got to look at it like in that unbiased stance, but I don't believe that's the case. I believe that Tencent are looking to facilitate growing Kuro. I said this, like I said, though, you go back a couple of weeks, man. I said this. There's a company out there that would do well to buy Kuro and have them making AAA games for them because there's talented people in Kuro. We've seen what they've done on Unity and PGR. We've seen what they've done with Wuthering Waves. There's some seriously talented people in Kuro, you know, and you know, if you're a company you got the money, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? With BlackRock running shit, all the females would look like men, and the men would be Goonie would be risky moving, pretty much cancelled. That's what I'm saying, you know. Like we talk about like potential censorship. It's like, oh, your boobies might not be so out. Okay, well, at least they're still there, you know. That's a Doom post I was referring to. People believe one of Wimmer's third-party companies, Hero, sold their shares to Tencent because it was a failed investment. Nah. I don't think that's the case because the thing is, 10 cent are smart with money. Why would they increase their investment? You know, like look at it like this: they're one of those companies. Why would they throw bad money after good? Right, we've invested 14% in this company. Why wouldn't they be looking for a get out rather than buying more of the company if it's a failed investment? That says to me that's a promising investment. Usually, when you buy more in sensible money, it's because you know there's potential to massively increase your investment here. And I think that's what's happened. And I wouldn't even be surprised. I've said it. Now, this might be a cope. This might be a Kurobot fucking statement. But I wouldn't be surprised if 10 cent paid over the odds as well, just to get their fingers in the company, knowing full well that I think we've got a Hoyo on our hands here. Let's make sure we fucking get the majority shares in this company. And then over the years, they'll probably slowly work their way up until they maybe own 100% of the company. Exactly now. Yeah, exactly. They're a massive company. You know what I mean? This is why I say the potential for collaborations could be huge. Now, obviously, that's the thing that I think's far off down the, but it's a quick way to get people knowing about your game, isn't it? Cross it over with another massive IP that you either own or you've got enough sway to make it happen. You know what I mean? There's like a blue lock episode 5 seconds before they hit the goal. They're basically a massive entertainment company. Pretty much, they're an entertainment company, an investment arm, because there's like two sides to them. That you know, they're a publisher, but they're also an investment. I think like they invest in I think they invest a lot in property in China as well. I could be wrong on that. I think they're a large property investment company as well. I don't quote me on that though, but I think they're involved in a lot of stuff. If I'm right, I could be tripping here. I'm sure I read somewhere, you know, when there was this talk of Hoyo investing into reactors, nuclear reactors or whatever it was. I'm sure on the investments in that, 10 cent were listed on that also. I could be wrong though. I don't know if I'm just making that up in my head, like, you know, like head canon. I think I remember seeing that. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, Siberian. Well, look at the stuff you've seen with PUBG. You know what I mean? Look at the stuff that Fortnite have done. You know, they've got money in both of those companies. Plot twist, Kuro uses 10 cents deep pockets to make the best catcher ever. You know, you said it. It could be though, couldn't it? It could be. What's that? I'm sad because 10 cent majority shares now because of that. We were banned in our country. And our government had been banning 10 cent related game like PGR is already banned in our country. Where are you from, David? Out of curiosity. I didn't know that was an actual thing. What country are you from? You don't have to say if you don't want to. What country are you from, bro? Oh yeah, Hoyo likes nuclear and power. Nuclear cinema. Nuclear cinema. Stellar Blade. Oh, yes. Yes. Basically passive income as long as the reactor working properly. Or a massive debt if something goes wrong. Yeah, if you can get invested in I think it might have been micro reactors, yeah. You can get invested in the future of energy. You're making banks, ain't you? Bank. India. Oh, okay. Okay. I know you guys have, India and China have got like a weird relationship, haven't they, at the minute, where there's like, it's like a friendly, but also like a relationship of animosity, isn't there? PGR is banned in Saudi and India. Interesting. Why is it banned in Saudi then? Have a look. Let's have a look at Mook. Tencent is banned in India due to security concerns, including the transfer of sensitive user data to servers in China and other countries. Indian government has banned apps that transfer sensitive user data to servers outside of India. Man, I bet there's quite a lot of stuff banned then, isn't there? It's like there's quite a few American companies that do that as well, isn't there? You know, I genuinely used to worry about my data going to places like China. Now I've seen what the British government, the European Union, and America does with our data. I ain't worried anymore. At the end of the day, somebody's looking at your shit. You know what I mean? If you're on the internet, somebody knows what you're doing. Somebody knows what you freaking had for breakfast. You know? Somebody knows your perversions and what websites you go to. So you just gotta live with it. You know, I think really digital footprint's real. TikTok is also banned in India. TikTok should be banned everywhere. Isn't there still that on the cards in America though? If they're trying to force the hand of the owners to sell to American owners, aren't they? For it to stay in America. Hopefully you have a good VPN. As a black guy, I'm never going to China. Yeah, man. Like, you know, it's just I just I'm at that point now where I'm like, you know what? Especially how not to get political, don't want to get into it, but the way the UK government's been moving recently, I'm like, am we any better off? You know what I mean? We get all the negatives and none of the benefits. That's the problem. I'll play with her anyway because I like it. Let's go. Big man. Based, right? So yeah, like, I'm at that point where I'm just like, it is what it is. As long as the game's good, I don't care. You can have my data. Someone's going to have it. Christ, I live in a country outside of China. We've got the most CCTV cameras in the world. You know what I mean? I'll get to the garage to get a bloody drink, and about 15 different cameras have watched me. And that's not including the ones in people's houses. You know what I mean? And on cars and stuff. So it's like, what you going to do, really? End of the day, I think you just, you know. His retarded cousin. No, I can see it, Leo. I can see it. I can see it. I don't see you got. No, I haven't pre-installed it yet. It's tomorrow. It comes out. Yeah, I'm gonna do it after I've streamed. I was gonna do it just before I went live, but then I was like, actually, I'll just get live and do it after. Yeah, I'll be on it tomorrow. I'll be on it. We're gonna be gooning. We're gonna be gooning. Yeah, so, do you know what? It's weird sometimes. Like on here, like what'll happen sometimes is you say you'll see, look, it's just done it just. No, it hasn't. It didn't do it then. It'll do it like sometimes where I say like you put a comment in right after Charlie here, right? And then somebody else will put a comment in, and then sometimes it'll put that person's comment in before you. Always like the restream relay is weird sometimes, and I'll usually look at that. So like sometimes a comment might not show, or what'll happen is say it'll say your name there, and then it'll be blank, and then it'll like auto fill like 10 seconds later. I'm not saying that's what happened. Just I think I just missed it, but that does happen sometimes. Yeah, man, we're gonna be on a girls front line. We all over that. We all over that. I'll be installing it later. Pardon me. I'm on it. I'm on it. I did put some videos in for us to watch as well. I know. Didn't Saint Tontas make a video talking about that whole Reddit thing? Bummer. Okay, I was gonna watch that Solace video. We got that Diamond Fire 21 video. Let's have a little gander, see if there's anything on here. See if there's any I'm kind of tempted to have a look in r/gacha gaming. I'm curious. You know, I'm curious. Nikkei bench. No. I just need to get around to it. It's just been freaking. I meant to get back on PGR, man, but it's like fucking Girls Frontline 2 drops tomorrow, and it's just like, man, ain't got enough time. But no, it's not been benched. It's not been benched. Sent me catching shays. I love it. Exposing gacha gaming. I've been binge watching the HSR drama. It's pretty funny watching this guy flip shit. Oh, is that the Ryuka Sensei stuff? I don't know if that's what you saw. I don't know where that turned into drama because watching that shit, like, dude came with receipts. You know what I mean? I just don't understand how there was any arguing against what he said, really. You can have your opinions on, like, in regards to the story, but, like, when he talked about the actual numbers, it was like, okay, all right. Dude came with receipts, signed. Do it. Stop watching after he handles himself with all that foxhole drama. Anyway, what's wrong with the angle? I stumbled on Girl Frontline 2 launch stream, asked when the girls fell, and then got muted for 30 minutes. Really? What, on Twitch? Or on YouTube? Is the game live now, is it? Or is it just live in certain regions? Oh, is it on Steam, bro? Is it on Steam? Did you see Mr. Poker's Gacha revenue video? It started. Oh, I didn't know. No. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Autumn sale soon. Let's go. Nuclear Cinema. Gacha War is over. Gacha revenue November 2024. As I say, what happened to the Gacha revenue chart? When I tried to go to it the other day, he's just like straight linking you to a sensor tower. What's the deal? Where's he gone? Has it been nuked? What's happened? What's happened? It's even funny seeing people flip out about their gacha being spoke on negatively. I don't know what. Whenever I have a shitty day at work, I just remember there's idiots that get mad about gachas. There's people get mad about seriously weird things. Oh man, it's on Steam. Oh man, we're gonna get exposed now, guys, because people will be able to see. Yo, Pix has been playing the game for 50 hours and he's still on the first fucking missions. What's he been doing? Definitely hasn't been gooning over the dolls in the dorms. Definitely not. He's obviously been AFK. That's what's been happening. Mr. Polkit translated the numbers from Billy Billy. You know one thing that made me laugh though the other day? Is Kazahana put up a video. And he was one of the people who was like, you know, fucking, you shouldn't listen to the revenue charts. They're wrong, which they are. You know, we all know that a lot of the information's inferred, you know. I think you could probably get some sort of trends from them. The information's inferred. But because At Magic showed that Wuthering Waves is doing the same numbers as Genshin and Star Rail, all of a sudden he was like, hey, look at this gacha revenue chart. Think it's probably not right, but look how much money that they made this month. So, oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. Pickle's been paused on Girls Frontline 2 for 20 minutes. What the hell's he do? Right? That's Steam, man. Gonna expose me, bro. Gonna absolutely expose me. 19 hours in game. Still on the first mission. All right, let's have a look at this Mr. Poker video then. It's a 25-minute. It's a 25-minute. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the comment section. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Nuclear Cinema. The real EOS was the monthly PvP all along. Global can't even amount to half of what CN is doing on Genshin. Yet people wonder why the company doesn't really listen to Western market in general. Saint really did assassinate the sense of terror gacha revenue. Like, what? Why is it down? Did that happen? Did Saint Tontas kill the monthly PvP? Is that it now? Is that it now? Are we allowed to call out Saint Tontas for taking away our PvP? You know? Like, come on, bro. You know? That was our bit of PvP of the month. Farm some Hoyo shields and some Kurobots. Get everybody mad at each other. Make some mad revenue. You know? Easy video. No Saints killed it. The charts are only okay when people want it to be straight up. Straight up. Facts. Facts. The skins in Girls Online 2 have, yeah, dude, the character designs, they're peak. They really are good. They really are good. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna miss that PvP. You know? I used to like watching the Fallout, if you will. The Fallout. Alright, let's have a look at this video then. We'll see how long we can go for, because I don't know if we just go from the revenue react, CM revenue react. Alright, let's have a look. Let's have a look. We'll skip to where we need to, because this is a long ass video.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, my headset's gone off. Shit. No, I need to react to that video, Demon. I've got it set up, bro. I'm gonna watch it in a bit. He did say to me, he messaged me on the community tab saying, because I was on about the music, and he was asking me about the music in 2.0, and he was like, I've got a video that I think you'll like coming out, so I need to watch it. I need to watch it. I know it's done numbers, man. It's done numbers. So I'll send the title, so I'm expecting I see where it's at, man. If you want to get decent views in the gacha space, PvP content, it's where it's at. People say they don't want it, but they're like moths to a flame, you know? Alright, let's have a look then. Oh, I'll put the funding on the site.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome
Nuclear
to
Cinema.
another episode of the first of the month. And we all know what the first of the month entails. That's right. Subscribe!
PvP. Let's go, I'm ready.
Gacha Wars. It is officially day of Gacha Wars.
So, like, do we know why the gacha revenue
Today's
chart's down,
Gacha
though?
Wars is gonna be a little bit special. It's gonna
Man, it ain't just Kuro getting bought out. Sensor Tower bought out gacha revenue and just redirected everybody to the site. We're like, fuck these guys.
be a little bit special. So why do I say it's a little bit
Man, every time Poker talks me, it's just
is
fold inside.
because for the first time in the
That's just saying that, you know, we'll see how long we can do, and then we'll get to where we need to get to.
history of Gacha Wars, the Gacha revenue site is no more. The Gacha
Why?
revenue site is no more. All right. So if you
Man, the end of service predictor, EOS, the irony, the tool that we've all been using to predict the end of service of everybody else's favorite gacha set game, just end of service. You just can't make this shit up, man. This is cinema.
Well, to go ahead and search gacha revenue, it leads you to this website now. So unfortunately, we have come to the end of today's content. Word of the day is gonna be end of service, right? Join Twitch, join Discord, all the best. Gacha, I'll see you guys next time. Is what I would say, but I'm not just a streamer. I am your streamer. I am your streamer that just so happens to read CN. So
it's a life hack in the gacha space, though, isn't it? If you can read Chinese or speak Chinese, yeah, it's just a hack. It's just a straight hack. You know what I mean? You've got an advantage, man. Straight buff the Chinese language buff, man. It's serious.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if the website has been nuked, I will revive the war single-handedly. Looking at 2024年11月手游流水收入榜 top 100, right? Mobile gaming income for the top 100 games in CN. Some might say that the Kurobots have destroyed the website. Some might say the website has been banned for spreading misinformation. Some might say Dawei himself has stopped funding gacha revenue. All the hearsays, all the whoopsie-doozy, it is what it is. We don't really care about the what-ifs.
I'm jealous of the JP and China buff, right, dude? I swear, like, I wish I could speak Chinese and Japanese, especially Japanese, so I could just watch anime how it was meant to be watched without worrying about subs, without ever having to bother about a dub if there was no subs, like, you know what I mean, or anything like that. I could just watch it how it was meant to be in its natural state and enjoy it for what it is, you know what I mean? Because let's face it, 99% of anime is better in JP. I think for me personally, the only one I do think I prefer in English is it's probably Dragon Ball Z, man, you know? What animes are better in English than in JP outside Dragon Ball? Yo, Kieran, what's up, bro? What's up? When I get your space leaning further towards the CN. I can't read while also trying to see things. Rosie says that, man. I don't like watching these because I concentrate on what I'm saying. I don't know what's going on the screen. I'm like, you know what? Real.
Care about the nows. So we are going to be taking a look at the CN revenue data. I think someone from my chat also mentioned that the website is coming back in a couple of days' time because they're going to take a while to compile everything. Because there's still revenue data if you search game by game through Sensor Tower. It's just that they need to revamp everything, right? They need to revamp everything. So
is your bro paying a subscription, is he? For Sensor? Don't you have to pay a subscription to get access to the info on Sensor?
So I'll first show you guys the quote-unquote revamped month of November income. Take it with a grain of salt. And I'll show you guys the CN income that's going to be, you know, presented in a more presentable way.
That's one thing I love about when you talk about this sort of stuff in videos. You know, when you say take it with a grain of salt, take it with a pinch of salt. Hey, you know what? This is not facts. And then people go, yeah, totally didn't hear that. Let's treat this as facts straight off the bat, right?
So
we're gonna get mad.
First things first. I am only gonna be showing you.
Picks up my back, my ears are bleeding. I'm not clean them up my chase.
The top 5 games of contention: Genshin Impact,
all right, here we are.
Starbucks, Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Waves, as well as Love and Deep Space. So I'll be showing you guys these 5 games in particular. Or check.
Does anybody really care about the Love and Deep Space revenue? Like, I know, unironically, I know he's been making bank, but does anybody actually care? In the PvP space, you know, the contenders are the contenders, aren't they? You know, you got Genshin, you got Star Rail, you got ZZZ, and you got Wuthering Waves. Really, you know, everybody just wants to watch those fight, don't they, really? So, like, that's kind of like, who cares about Love and Deep Space?
Do you guys want to see any other games that you are, like, interested in? Or, like, now you're good. Pokemon TCG? All right, peep this. Holy shit! $84 million billion.
Bro, I'm telling you, man, TCG is fire. I play this every single day.
With 42 million on Android.
Female goonies must be respected. True.
Bro earned $120
no, I haven't, Kieran.
$million in the month of November. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Hail Pokemon.
Actually, I haven't opened my pack today.
Hail Pokemon. Hail God of War. What? Okay, so we are just gonna go in with these games right here. So Pokemon TCG has earned a diabolical $126 million in the month of November. Genshin Impact, they earned a combined total of... I don't want to care about this Hongha games, Zhongha. We just care about Chronosphere PTE Limited, right? So that is gonna be a Genshin Impact with an 8 million from Android, as well as a 7 million from this is gonna CN Yuanshen, and then this is gonna be 9 million from the Apple, whatever. This is roughly 9 plus 7 is this is gonna be 16. 16 plus 8 is gonna be 24. So around 24 million ish. 24 million ish. Nikkei.
That kind of sounds like it's probably in the right sort of area. You know, at the end of the day, still making absolute bank. Obviously, take it with a pinch of salt, but you know, we're coming towards the end of the game. Still making bank.
Nikkei. 28 million. 28 million from Nikkei.
So the App Magic numbers were a lot lower than this, weren't they? But somewhat, I think they're kind of in line with what they were. Because if I remember right, the Genshin and Nikkei numbers was kind of similar according to App Magic, weren't they?
From both Android and Apple. So we have 126 for Pokemon. 28 million for Nikkei Gold of Victory. Okay, I'm just gonna do this because I think it's like easier to see. Okay, we'll just take care about these two, right? We will just ignore the UN.
Like, how much did Pokemon TCG cost to develop? That shit's gonna cost like 5 million or something, man. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, I really like it, but it's a base card game. That's it. You know, it's just straight up. It's Pokemon. It's cool. It's fire. Don't get me wrong. It's really good. But they have got to have made their money like back and then some again.
Well, ignore Yuanshen because it might affect the data since Yuanshen or like the CN version of the games in one way and then it doesn't show up in these pictures. So we're just here about the first two. So Yuanshen is gonna, or rather Genshin Impact is gonna be at a 17 million.
Probably like 1 to 2 mil.
Falling slightly behind Nikkei, if I can say so myself. Right, so that's gonna be Genshin Impact. Next game, Honky Starbucks. This is gonna be a 13 million. 13 million. 8 plus 5 from Apple and Android. This is gonna be 13 million from Honky Starbucks. Hail Genshin. Hail Genshin. So that's gonna be Honky Starbucks. Next game, Honkai Impact 3. Is not doing too good. It is not doing too good. Oh, you know what? Love in this space. Ooh. Without the power of CN. Without the power of CN, they are falling.
Okay, so this is minus China then, yeah? Okay. Wait, so Pokemon TCG did that on global outside of China? Woo! Okay.
A little bit behind. So this is gonna be roughly 6 million from Love in this. This is only for the EN Apple and Android. EN Apple and Android, right? Next game, AFK Journey. Okay, AFK Journey. 7 million from the first two. 7 million from the first two. 3 in Android and 4 in Apple. This is gonna be 7 million. We can already see Wawa. This is for one. This is for one, right? Ignore this. Lies, misinformation. Right, Arc Knights. Oh, chat. Unfortunately, this website is now a pay-to-win website. We got one.
Oh, so you can't get access to some of it for free. I thought you had to straight up to pay to see any of it, so you can search for so many games for free, and then you have to pay to search for more. Okay, I thought you had to straight up pay straight away to even just search for one.
So we got all this, right? Okay, we're basically left with 2 games: Zenless Zone Zero and Wuthering Waves. So let's take a look at Zenless Zone Zero first. So this is gonna be Zenless Zone Zero. We are looking at roughly 4 million for Android and 6 million for Apple for a combined total of $10 million. $10 million. We are excluding the CN data. We're excluding Juequ. So this is only for EN. And finally, Wuthering Waves.
I get to it. I want to see what the CN numbers are.
I have $20 in my bank account. I ain't gonna pay all that. Final game, Wuthering Waves. 5 million on Android and 4 million on Apple for
that's not bad, is it?
Total.
That's actually not bad, actually. So we're talking 9 million, obviously. You know, caveat. So we're talking an estimate of 9 million on global. That's pretty good. So I know last time though China was lower, wasn't it? I wonder if it'll be this time. That's pretty decent.
$9 million. Honestly, that is a really, really good amount. That is a really, really good amount, if I can say so myself. Absolutely. So, editors, at this point, we can just kind of compile everything in like one nice little chart, right? First game, second game, bum, 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 then 1 race, and then the
So mil less than ZZZ, right?
ship it. So this is going to be the EN portion of the game.
And only just under half of what? Was it Genshin was 17? So less just over half of Genshin. Only 4 million. Obviously, we got, you know, the numbers, they're not real. They're not real. But, you know, if we look at this, because we'll pretend they are. You know, not far off both Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero, really. You know what I mean? It's like, oof, damn, man. Star Rail and Zenless are about to EOS, right? Shit.
EN portion of the game, right? Yup, this is only mobile. This is only mobile. There's no PC.
Man, I want to watch out because Tencent will be coming along to buy their share soon because they're gonna need Big Daddy Tencent.
There's no I don't know what other forms. This is only mobile, right? This
right, that's
mobile.
the narrative, yeah.
I will now go on to the CN segment. I will be muting the music because I'm pretty sure it's DMCA. So let's take a look at what CN's month of November has to say. Absolutely. Wait, CN data if you want. I'm just going to watch this. Boom. Tabulation period, 1st of November to the 30th of November. Source, 点点数据，安装按 iOS 2倍计算. So this is going to be Android income is counted as double of iOS income.
Yeah, I'm surprised Fox does that on stream, man. That's wild. That's risque.
And then the source is 点点数据. That's the source, right? Source is 点点, right? Source proof as such 点点数据. That is your source, right? So for your considerations. All right, so we have Punishing Grey Raven coming in at 97, right? Very good. Then this is gonna.
That's actually kind of surprising. I didn't think PGR would be in the top 100, if I'm honest, considering the amount of different fucking titles that are in China now, you know? And there are just like these games that are just left, right, and center, and they're just making massive amounts of money. That's still kind of cool.
Keep in mind, this is going to be, I believe it's all renminbi. Divided by 7. You have to divide everything by 7, essentially. All right, so PGR coming in, this is, by 1 is million, right? 1,000,000 is 10 million. Yeah, 1,000,000 is 10 million. So 10 million renminbi divided by 7 is oh my god, 10 million divided by 7 is 1.4 million US dollars. So this is around.
Yeah, okay, all right. That's pretty good. That is for PGR. You know what I mean? Game 5 years old. Really, development costs on that game now have been covered. You know, enough that they was able to make Wuthering Waves. All right.
1.4.
Good to see.
Very good, very nice. Then boom. I've never seen this. Civilization. Very nice. Ooh, what's this? Very nice. Naruto game. Very good. Doubling. This is gonna be around 2.8 million. What is this? A boba game. Interesting. Very nice. Oh my god, chat, I actually played this. Wait, chat, I actually played this. I played this. I forgot what is it? Is this Farmscape, Gardenscape? I played this before. It is like a puzzle game. Gardenscape, I literally played this like 2 years ago. It was so fun. Genuinely. Very good. A very cute game, if I can say so myself. Okay, very good. A bird game. Marvel game. Happy Shark.
No one cares about this.
Tiger,
cares about this trashware.
Whatever this is. NBA, very nice. Happy. This is Call of Dragon, I believe. We got a sponsor. Very nice. Mahjong, very nice. New Stone.
Hey, yo, I like Mahjong though. I like Mahjong. Must say, I'm here for it. Oh, reverse 1999.
Reverse 1999 coming in.
We still have to properly start this game. This is one of the big reasons why I really like Phoebe. She reminds me so much of a Reverse 1999 character. We did start this before on the launcher, and we got through the tutorial, and then I never played again. But it's on Steam now, isn't it? So we need to get back and play properly.
Rank 76. Now that is the name.
Your mom plays Gardenscape, does that?
Reverse 1999. Rank 76. Minus 3% compared to last time. This is gonna be clocking at roughly times 4. 5.7 million USD.
Okay, impressive.
Roughly 5.7 million US dollars.
Well, that's good to see, because I think Reverse 1999 seems like a cool game.
The day after tomorrow. I have no idea what the hell this is. Ball Big Battle. Oh my god, Brawl Stars! Yo, any brawlers in the chat? Yo, any brawlers in the chat? Brawl Stars. Holy shit.
He talks so fast, I don't think he knows what the hell he's saying.
I just run Peppy.
I get people complain sometimes in my videos that I talk fast, and I'm like, bruh, I'm in slow motion in compared to Mr. Pokey.
And gun them on my turret. Very nice. I've never heard of this. Never heard of this. Never heard of this.
I swear sometimes his words just merge into like one noise, you know? Honestly.
Never heard of this. Call of Duty. Never heard of this. Never. Nah. Pick a game. Nah. Oh. Girl game.
What's that?
I've seen a lot of this shark
love in
game
deep space
going around
for men.
Penguin game. Dreamscape again. Gardenscape again. Angry Hack.
Angry Hag.
AFK Journey. Clogging at rank 58. Down 38.33%.
Oh shit, is there a mobile version of eFootball?
Compared to the month of October, coming in at a roughly divided by 4 times 5 times 9. Wait, 9. Wait, hold up. Oh my god, I hate the iOS changes. It's so annoying. Watch this. 976900097 divided by 7. This is roughly $13.9 million.
Is it good, is it?
Very nice. $13.9 million. I think it's gonna be rank 58 for the month of November. Never of this. What is this?
Bro's never heard of eFootball.
Nope.
What's that? Is that fucking... Thought it was Arena Breakout for a second then.
This is like a Supercell game. Never played before, but I've seen before. Omni Yoji down 9% and rank 52. This is like, I believe this is like mobile, but like with anime.
Get to the real shit. Get to the real shit.
Happy game. Pikachu. Pokemon Gathering. I think it's a new game, so they didn't include this. Is this the Pokemon TCG? Oh wait. Oh, this was last month. Reverse 1999. Right, minus 3%, roughly the same thing, right? Roughly around 1.
Why is Beckham on the front of the FC football game? Did we try years ago?
1.5 million, right? Very, very good. AFK Journey. So this is 60248 divided by 7. 8.6 million. 8.6 million. So that's gonna be our month of November. Blah blah blah. Fine. Don't really care. Mahjong. Alright. Back to the video. The world outside. Happy game. Fish game. Zenless Zone 0
so went back.
rank 43.
What's going on, Joe
which
Nax?
means Wuthering Waves has officially surpassed Zenless Zone 0. Wuthering Waves has officially surpassed. This is not a joke. This is not a drill. Wuthering Waves has officially surpassed Zenless Zone 0. So
if that has actually happened, obviously we'll never know because we don't know the exact numbers and we don't know PC numbers and all that sort of stuff, console numbers. But in terms of mobile, if that has actually happened, that's kind of impressive if you ask me. I didn't think that would happen personally. I thought Zenless would probably consistently stay ahead of Wuthering Waves, apart from maybe like the first few days after a banner, when a game's not got a banner and a new banner's dropped, and there's gonna be that quick peak, and you know what I mean. So that's kind of impressive actually.
This is gonna be a 89,248 divided by 7, 12.7 million USD for the month of November. 12.7 million USD for the month of November. This is a increase of 52.24% compared to the month of October, right? So this rolls up by quite considerably. But unfortunately, it's gonna be coming in at rank 43, right? That's gonna be our first of the big boy games. First of our big boy games, right? 2 banners, rest in peace. So this is gonna be, I have no idea what's this. 西游记, very nice. I have no idea what's this. Wuthering Waves. Rank 38 at 1E, which is 100 million renminbi. 100.3 million renminbi is going to be divided by 7. $14.7 million. 14.7 million.
So what we're looking at, 25 million-ish global. Well, no, 24 million-ish global. What was it? 9 million global, sorry, and let's say 15 million China. We're looking at about 24 million. Obviously, we don't know the numbers, but hey, you know what? I'd say that from at least from a guesstimation standpoint, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. Up 143% as well, month on month. So Cammy was definitely a big seller in China, that's for sure, and definitely looked like a big seller in global as well. Yeah. Okay. All right. What's going on, Abby? We're just looking at the PvP in the gacha space at the moment. We're just looking at the gacha chart, the gacha revenue numbers. Well, we're being told by Mr. Pokey, who was reading the chart wrong initially. So we'll take the numbers that are guesstimations and Pokey's guesstimation at speaking Chinese as well.
Bro popped off. Plus 143.34%. Plus 143.34%.
Right, Neo?
Absolutely
You know what I mean?
diabolical increase compared to the previous months. Absolutely insane. Hail Camellia. Hail Camellia. Oh my god, Clash of Clans. Clash of Clans destroys Warring Waves. Clash of Clans destroys Warring Waves.
That shit's still going,
roughly
man. Crazy.
0.01 E. Very nice, very good, right? They also rose up by roughly 10%. So Clash of Clans actually has been performing diabolically well in CN.
I believe in Lord Pokey. Hell, Pokey.
Absolutely insane, right? So that's
Could have got enough green to all their workers iPhone 15 and more.
Coming in at rank 35, minus 50%. Minus 50%. To be fair, it is a single banner day with double reruns. A 1.16 Leo Ling 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 divided by 7 is gonna be $16.5 million. $16.5 million.
Still impressive on a single banner with double reruns, though, yeah? You know?
That's right. So that is gonna be clocking in at rank 35. Hail Rapper, hail Banana Brain Rot. Hail. You know what? Hey, I thought you guys should be happy. Well, I thought you guys would be happy, you know. Oh, that means players are spending less.
What? No, what was it? 30 million global, yeah. I was just about to say, did global outspend CN in Star Rail, but no.
As money for the game, which means that the devs have listened, because now players don't need to spend that much money on the game anymore, right? I think that was the narrative that was being spun a couple. So it is very, very good, right? So now players gotta save. It is very, very good. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. All right, Sun Guosha, all right, blah, blah, blah. Mushroom game, Sword game.
Is we were doing good or not? That's all I want to hear. Yeah, it's had a good month. It's had a good month by the looks of things. If we're taking the guesstimations of China and global in terms of revenue, we're looking at around about 24 mil. You know? Speaking of which, the company my wife works for did a Christmas gift, so we get a new air fryer on its way. That's all right, man. Can't beat an air fryer, dude. They're clutch. Can do everything in the air fryer, man. Heck nah. What is that revenue for HSR, bro? I expect 15 billion minimum. End of service. End of service. It's gone. It's done, bro. Done. That's why they've gone to single banners and double reruns, man. They can't afford to make new characters. They're cooked. It's over. Yo, what's going on, Noisy? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it seems to have beat ZZZ in revenue. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually surprised that ZZZ's dropped off that much, if I'm honest. I ain't played it for a while myself, but it's just because of time. Like, I genuinely thought consistently ZZZ would stay above Wuthering Waves.
A gun game.
A gun game.
Game. Love and Deep Space 2.0. I don't know what this is. Another game.
That reminds me of a Naraka Blade Point, that image does there.
Happy Bird game. Game. Another short.
Yo,
what
Noisy.
The fuck? Arc Knights.
Noisy, thank you very much for the sub, my dude. Appreciate it, man. Welcome to the pro sub. Thank you very much for the member. Oh, I just noticed it actually comes up in the relay now. That's kind of cool. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the love. Thank you very much. Give it time, it'll surpass every game. If we were as EOS and ZZZ and Honkai Star Rail are dead, right? Done, dude. Cooked. They're cooked. They've been in Neo's air fryer. They are cooked. That's what happens. Yo, Noisy, thank you very much, though, man. I appreciate ya. Legend. Appreciate the support. If we were as EOS, we wouldn't be getting 2.0 patch. That's it now. It's all a trick. It's all a trick. There's nothing there. There is nothing there. Those videos I've been making talking about the potential of what we're going to see. It's all bullshit. Those sharks are casino games, no? That looks like something that'll be a casino game. Oh, shit. I didn't even tell you guys. Fucking Rosie, the other night, yeah, I was working till late. I was doing some editing, right? And I was chilling. I was up late, man. I don't know what time it was. Early hours of the morning, right? I go upstairs. She's still awake. I'm like, what the fuck's she doing up, man? All right, went to bed. Been looking after my sister's dog as well, so got him sleeping in the bed as well. Get up the next day. She's gone down to mum's for the day. Doing shopping with her mum, like, so I drop her off at her mum's and pick her up. And then she's like, I want to tell you something. Don't be mad at me. And I was like, what you mean? She was like, I'm gonna PayPal you like 400 quid. I was like, why? And she was like, well, I went on a Monopoly game last night and I won 1,800 quid. And I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? She only went and won 2 bags on fucking Gamba. She went into the real Gamba and won 2 grand. I told her though, I says, don't get doing it again. I was like, you don't fucking last thing we need is you getting a gambling problem. she put like 30 quid in and fucking won 2 grand, man. So that was nice. What's going on, Tornax? So I was like, you know what, man? Hey, next patch, boys. Next patch.
107 million renminbi. That is gonna be 24 million US dollars. 24 million US dollars.
Do I watch leaks? I ain't watched any for a while. I saw, well, I guess I got spoiled in a sense because it was on Twitter. I saw the animations for Carlotta, well, some of the animations for Carlotta, and I saw a little bit of Rocheers, but I just like skimmed past. I haven't really seen any leak. The only thing that I've actually indulged in leak-wise, this patch is I listened to about 8 tracks from the OST for 2.0. Well, I think they were from it. Like it was said it was for 2.0. Like other than that, I don't actually know. The music sounds banging though, absolutely banging. But yeah, I ain't watched any leaks for a while actually, if I'm honest. That's all yelling for the pros. What's going on, Thunder? So yeah, man. I was like, sweet. I was like, I'll be Gamba next month then, babe, but I just won't get any money out of you.
Dollars clocking at rank 23. Arc Knights. Obliterating Conky Starbucks, Zenler Zone 0, and Warring Waves. I have no idea what happened to Arc Knights. Are absolutely diabolical. Isn't
Arc Knights considered like really good by a lot of people? I'm pretty sure it is, yeah.
Very insane, very good. Shark game, man game.
Second gen in Wooer is real. Bruh, I saw that she, well, actually, I don't want to say. I saw that she could do something that I was asking for ranged characters to do, and I thought potentially Brant might be capable of doing. Yeah, man, straight up right. I'm telling you, that video I made, I thought that was some serious reaching when I said, but are we potentially going to see a Gen 2 in the Resonators? Yo, they're coming.
Game, Panda game, Naruto game. Oh my god! Hearthstone!
You know what? I need to build Yao properly. I haven't got into playing Yao, and I'm missing out big time. I am missing out big time.
Oh,
yeah, I'm looking forward to 2.0.
Oh, that's
I'm looking forward to it. Oh, actually, you know, when you mentioned leaks, I'm not going to say it, but I did see some leaks in regards to, I haven't seen any of the new stuff, but I've saw some of the stuff that we've got in the game now in regards to echoes and potentially what, you know, something that's going to happen with that. Yeah, I saw that. Twitter's a bitch though sometimes, man. You can't get away from it, you know what I mean? Yeah, man. I should have took some of my ideas on, not gonna lie.
The OG right there, chat. Hearthstone. Holy shit. Any Hearthstoners, any freeze mage, handlock, phase hunters.
I remember Kuro saying that in the PGR pool, if you have progress in the character event pool, the total amount will not reset. Guess what? Their pool did reset.
So much back then. I have a rank 1 card back, by the way. Handlock, oh my god, warrior, control warrior, Jade Druid, oh my god, not great since they just had a new expansion. Oh. Whatever it is, this is gonna be 244 million renminbi
is that Love and Deep Space there?
Increased by 31.2%. That is gonna be 287 divided by 7. That's gonna be 41 million.
Bro, there are a lot of female gooners, aren't there? Because, like, Love and Deep Space is a straight up gooner game, isn't it? It's a Kuma game, like. I've never played it, but from what I've seen of it, it literally just like it's all about that. Yeah, it's like a proper parasocial game, isn't it?
Million US dollars. 41
I like Hearthstone.
million US dollar. Right, this is gonna be at rank 15 plus 31.2% compared to the month of October. Right, very good. Some zombie Genshin Impact. Hail Paimon. Hail Paimon. Genshin Impact and 309 million renminbi. That is gonna be at a whopping 44.1.
Damn, still making crazy bucks here, man. China are seriously still in deep with Genshin, aren't they?
1 million US dollars. 44.1 million US
Yeah, Nick has better gameplay than that.
Genshin Impact is
That doesn't surprise me at all.
13. I think that pretty much covers our big games, right? Genshin is done, Honky Starbucks is done, Warring Waves is done, Zenless is done, Love and This
What's
is
number
done.
one?
Divided by 83 million US dollars.
Is that League of Legends?
83 million US dollars.
Looks like a
League of Legends
TJ.
Wild Rift at rank 5.
Holy shit!
Okay, never heard of this. Never
That's that 10-cent money right there.
heard of this. PUBG?
More 10-cent
Wang
cash.
Zherong
How many of these games do you reckon Tencent have got the fingers in? You know?
Yao, Arena of Valor. Third, three. Is this three? What the? This 3 billion. 3 billion renminbi. $428 million.
Is that right? Really? Yo! Holy shit! Holy shit, bro! Damn, man. Player Unknowns is living life good right now, yeah. All the way from an armor mod to $500 billion, $1 million almost. What the fuck? I'm actually like, is that right? Because that is insane. That is insane. Jeez. I'm actually genuinely shocked by that. 3 billion. I'm actually genuinely shocked by that. Ooh, damn, bro. 1 month, you done? Pack it up, boys. End the service. Why bother? We're done. We won, man. End game complete.
Arena of 428 million US dollars. PUBG is roughly half, so it's like a 200 million US dollars. Absolutely diabolical gacha revenue.
Even still?
There's no Nikkei, unfortunately. I think Nikkei got banned in Sion or something, so there's no Nikkei. So I think at this point we can kind of just wrap up everything. Rank 1 is MOBA. So CM players love playing MOBAs. Arena of Valor, Wild Rift, TFT, and the next thing is basically PUBG, FPS. Gacha games are dead. You know, there's no. This is basically like quote unquote the best gacha game. Genshin Impact. I don't think any.
Yeah, but I bet they've got some kind of gacha systems in them, though, haven't they? Whether it's like a loot boxing or something. There's some sort of gacha system in them. Like, I don't know about PUBG. I don't know about that. But like, how the fuck is that making $200 million off just skins? You know? Is it? Is it? Like, it's been a long time since I played PUBG, and obviously I've only played it on mobile. Well, I tell a lie, I did play the emulated version once just to clown on people on mobile because it was funny. But I play on PC, and, you know, battle passes, skins, all that sort of stuff. What the fuck are people spending $200 million on in PUBG?
Any of these are gacha games, right? Nope. I don't think is Identity 5 a gacha game? I don't think it is. How do you even spend money Identity 5? I think just skins, right?
That is
it's
wild.
just skins basically. Yeah, right. So you basically have 488 million renminbi worth of skins. Right, absolutely. So TLDR, if you are only here for the gacha segment, TLD is a gacha, I'm dead. Alright, if you are here for the gacha segment, I will just keep it about rank 1 Genshin Okay, editor just help me compile everything and then just slap all the numbers in, right? CN monthly revenue November. Boom, 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 boom. I think last place was, yeah, I think Zenler Zone Zero was the last for like the big games. So it was Zenler Zone Zero, followed by Wuthering Waves.
Hey, man. Hey, you know what? We were, you know, obviously take these numbers all with a pinch of salt. Good month, man. The power of Camellia compelled thee, didn't he? You know. Okay. Shit. But the biggest thing for me now is that PUBG made like $250 million almost in one freaking month, bro. That's just wild. Absolutely wild. Now, like, because Tencent own 14% of PUBG, right? The mobile version, I'm assuming, is published by Tencent, isn't it? What we're talking profit are they taking out of that? Like, I bet Tencent are making some sick, because it is Tencent, isn't it? Pretty sure it's Tencent. Yeah, so it's Tencent Games. So Krafton do have some in Level Infinite and VNG. So, shit, bro. Developers PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum. Publishers Tencent Games, VNG, Krafton, Level Infinite. So yeah, they're probably making a lot of money out of that then. Dude, the PUBG Corporation are making serious cash, aren't they? Like, PUBG is one of those games that's like been like under the radar for a while now, hasn't it? You know, exploded out of nowhere with the obviously the Battle Royale thing, and then Fortnite took over and, you know, became its thing. And like it's just been trundling along in the background, hasn't it? Just cashing checks left, right, and center. You know what I mean? Making generational wealth. And like nobody really talks about it anymore. That's the kind of business you want, isn't it, really? You know? You just pop a business out and it's just doing its thing. Nobody really talks about it. Nobody's getting mad about what you're doing in your company, and you're just making peas. You're just making absolute hand over fist money. You know what I mean? Zizzy had a mid patch, to be honest, but 1.4 is dropping me Abby. So, oh yeah, there's gonna be the typical ebb and flow, isn't there? You know, I wanted to pull on Yanagi myself, but I just haven't been back on the game. Yeah, you're gonna get those ebb and flows. You know, look, every game has them. Every game has a patch. It's like a filler patch, or you know, rerun patches. You know what I mean? Downtime patches, whatever you want to call them. There's always going to be that month where it's like, okay, big drop off. But I am surprised that Zenless has gone down as low as it has. You know, obviously we're not taking into account PC and console in these numbers. Same with all the other games as well that are on other platforms. But still, it's quite shocking. It's quite shocking. Crazy. Where's on going back third? Didn't I make something like fucking like run it like? Did it even break 1 million? Does he only at Pixel Tree because there's global market has over 200 games in total, so he's making it simple for now, or he's not giving it explode. Oh no, we got to see a bit of C of EN and CN as well. Wuthering Waves was 9 million, I think, for global, wasn't he? Majority focused on the battle pass and not the gacha recharges. Okay, all right. Why has that got everybody mad? Well, obviously I know why. Yeah, Nikkei's doing his same for a game. Where are they making all their money? Is it in Korea? Oof. Crazy. Jeez. Yeah, got cooked by PGR. Insane. Man, Saint's been streaming as
every second. Guys, This is the response Kuro.
I'm kind of hoping, I know it sounds fucked up, I'm hoping we have like a mask off moment with Saint Tontas. Be funny, wouldn't he? You know? The darling of the space. That'd be kind of cool. Not Korea, but China. Is Nikkei available in China? Saint Tontas is crashing out. Dude, I want him to. Shit. You know, I think it'd be funny. It's funny sometimes, isn't he?
Indeed.
I don't mean like going a full on.
This
like,
is shockingly low for a game. It's also surprising considering the game is quite popular globally. This was definitely the last and only free 5-star we ever get. Oh, I don't know about that with the Game Awards. I don't know about that one with the Game Awards, guys.
My girlfriend plays Nikki. I'm scared she might be becoming a lesbian. Is that out now? Yeah. I want to watch it. I want to get Rosie on that. I want to get her on it. Alright, let's have a look at this video from Sticks. Have a look at this one.
There's a lot of misinformation.
Alright, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Hold up. Respect to whoever liked my comments. Respect. Respect. Soldiers. Alright. Let's have a look at this then, shall we? Kuro have earned our respect. Wuthering Waves. A PGR from Sticks. Our boy Sticks. We love a bit of Sticks.
There's a lot of misinformation, a lot of misconceptions going around right now with regards to Kudo Games and Tencent's recent acquisition of a majority stake within the company. I've been seeing threads all across Reddit, threads all across Twitter, social media.
Looks like Woo wasn't profitable enough for Kuro. Lol, guess the waifu strategy didn't pan out. What's these r/Woo husbandos? Oh, that's hating there. That is, isn't it? That's a new level of hating. Breaking news, Kuro. Okay, we saw this. It's cooked. So glad I quit. It's Kurova. Okay, that's kind of good.
With people claiming that after this acquisition, Tencent is going to change the trajectory of the game. They're going to start, for whatever reason, pushing out a certain kind of content, censoring things, and that the Kudo games that we know that has been giving us Punishing Grey Raven and Wuthering Waves up until this point is no more. Are they right? Are they talking out of their ass? I guess let's go ahead, jump in right now, and
I think at the end of the day, I don't think that is going to happen, but nobody knows. You know what I mean? Nobody knows what could change, what the direction of the company could change. I think it's going to be for the good, if I'm honest. Again, we've talked about this before. It's going to mean more resources, more potential, more opportunity, more advertising, more marketing, more budget. I think these are all going to be good things.
Find out. Although I'm going to assume here they're talking out their ass. People, for whatever reason, love to hate on Kudo, even in spite of everything they have done for us as players and the genre. But that's another topic.
Why is that, do you reckon? Why is that? Do you reckon, is it just become an extension of the Genshin community? You know? Because I feel like it's gone beyond that now, hasn't it? You know what I mean? Because like they definitely do get hated on, don't they? For reasons unbeknownst to me. Now, I get it. Some people have the games that they're attached to, whatever. You know what I mean? And some people having potential issues with people in the Wuthering Waves community, because I know they can be annoying. They can. Every community's got them. But obviously, as somebody who I suppose I'm exposed to the Wuthering Waves community more, I can see that there is people within the community that are super annoying. So I can understand disliking the community. But it's weird how people really have a problem with Kuro, isn't it? It's got to be that, like, did it start in the Genshin space and then it kind of spread out to the Huyo space in general, and now it's spread out further than that? Because I see so many people acting like, well, Kuro deserves it because people in the community were calling Wuthering Waves the Genshin killer. That's just, like, weird as fuck to me.
Tencent acquires majority stake in Kudo Games. Tencent has acquired approximately 37% of the shares of Wuthering Waves developer Kudo Games from Hero Entertainment and now holds a 51.4% controlling stake in the company. Tencent is now also the only external shareholder of Kudo Games. And this is where speculation comes into play. People are assuming now that they hold the controlling stake in the company, 51.4% specifically, they are suddenly going to reign control from Kudo and alter the future, the trajectory,
No,
for
I don't think
whatever
that's gonna happen.
reason, even though
Wouldn't make sense, would it? When you think about it, wouldn't make sense. Why would you buy into some? Well, I guess companies do this all the time, but why would you buy into something that's you're seeing as a potential money maker for you in the future and try and change what they're doing in the titles now? I just think it's just going to mean that they're going to be set up differently for how they make stuff in the future. Now, I don't think that necessarily means that the monetary systems will be less consumer friendly, but I just feel like they're just going to be set up to be able to hit the ground running on the next title. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see them coming in and being like, right, we're on the board meetings now, like, right, that's got to change. I want 50-50s on the weapon banners. Let's change it to fucking 80-20 on resonators. Also, Pity's going to 120, by the way, guys. Get rid of the Coral Store. That shit's fucking gone. Let's face it, that's probably not going to happen. But I think there will be probably slight, changes in the trajectory of the company. But I think there'll be beneficial changes, in my opinion.
Tencent has a majority stake in a lot of different studios. The studio that gives us League of Legends, Valorant, the studio that gives us Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2, those are just to name a few. Kudo did...
I think, for me, Grinding Gears is probably one of the best examples of Tencent kind of allowing a company to do what they do. And obviously, they're going to want the companies to be fiscally responsible and profitable. Of course, they're going to want that, aren't they? But, Path of Exile is a perfect example of a game that's a passion project and was allowed to cultivate a community that loves the game and continually go back to it. It's critically acclaimed. It's still banging now. It's constantly getting updates. PoE 2 is, I think, coming soon. It got delayed, didn't he? It's coming soon. And that to me is a game company that's been left to their own devices, to just craft something that they believe is going to be, worth letting them do as they please, so to speak.
Did actually issue a public statement to address this. The public statement was in Chinese. However, I went over...
Yeah, that's the worst case scenario. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I tried to say in my video before, and I think people were taking that as I was saying that's going to happen. I don't believe that's going to happen. Even if it is a worst case scenario, I just don't think that's going to happen anyway. I don't think the worst case scenario is going to be a thing at all, if I'm honest. I think the potential worst case scenario that's probably more likely is maybe Tencent will want to bring Kuro in on working on some other IP that they own to make for them, and that might spread development out, maybe. I don't know. Or they might just say, you know what? We want you making this under your umbrella. Bring in the people that you need. Just employ the people and we'll pay for it.
Over to Google Translate.
Probably.
I ran the entire thing through it.
Worst case scenario, and I know that doesn't sound worst case scenario, but my worry is there that it could affect the concentration that's put towards the games that they've got out now. I don't think that will happen, but I'm just saying that's what I think is more likely than the other things.
So, fellow Kudo students, first of all, I'd like to share with you one thing. Recently, our two external shareholders, Tencent and Hero Entertainment, reached an equity transaction. After the completion of this transaction, Hero Entertainment will no longer hold shares in Kudo, and Tencent will become Kudo's only external shareholder. Hero Entertainment has provided support and assistance to Kudo at important points in its development since mid-2018. Tencent has also made significant investments in Kudo's key points since the beginning of 2023. In the past cooperation, they have been very supportive of Kudo's strategy and are our very good shareholders. Secondly, as an important change after the completion of this transaction, Tencent's shareholding in Kudo will reach about 51.4%, exceeding the shares held by the team. However, from the beginning of this transaction, we have received Tencent's guarantee. Kudo's
That's what I was talking about in my video. It's that the word there. I believe Tencent. I do. Or if this isn't written into contracts, and could those contracts still be void? I don't exactly know. We don't know. You know what I mean? We don't know. But this is like a kind of a gentleman's agreement that's happened, a shaking of hands. Look, you know, you're not going to interfere with the operation of how we work. And they're like, nah, man, we're not going to do that. And I believe that's the case. But all I mentioned in my video, which I think people really misconstrued and took out of context, that I was saying, could happen though. That could happen. Don't think it will, but it could.
Independent operation strategy will not change, and Tencent will also use Riot and Supercell as a model for future cooperation with us. This is a direct confirmation from Kudo Games themselves, stating verbatim, this cannot be argued. From the beginning of the transaction process, Tencent guaranteed that they would treat Kudo Games the same way they treat Riot Games, once again, the team that gives us League of Legends, Valorant, and Supercell. There is going to be no meddling.
Just to play devil's advocate though, looking at League of Legends and Valorant, these are two games that on another stratosphere are successful, aren't they? So if you're smart, you ain't gonna fucking tinker with them, are you? And I believe they want to make Kuro into that. But that might mean some tinkering. I don't think it'll mean development strategy tinkering. I think, like, again, this is where I lean into thinking that I think we're probably going to see a ramp up of marketing, that sort of stuff, advertisement, ads for the game placed on websites and potentially out in the West as well. You know, and I guess we'll see that in real time if we do, where we might actually see stuff out advertising the game in IRL. So that'll be interesting to see, actually.
There is going to be no alteration of how Kudo go about developing their game, how they reward us, their content frequency. There's going to be no censorship. They're not going to change business model and become significantly more predatory. No. Tencent have given them a personal guarantee that nothing at all will change. I genuinely, honestly do not know how much more you need than this direct confirmation, but there is more. Before we go any further, let me take a moment here to thank my incredible patrons over on Patreon and my YouTube channel members who allow for me to continue to do dedicated videos like this every single day. You guys are phenomenal, and I cannot thank you all enough for the support. Now let's keep talking. In the past few months, Tencent has actively communicated with us and reached agreements with us on key issues. So there were issues originally, which means Kudo probably had concerns that Tencent have squashed. They have come to an agreement with to give Kudo all the freedom that they need to continue to develop.
Never thought I'd be able to have a monopoly in my favourite games. Hey, it's like in football, man. You don't want oil money in football until an oil baron buys your football club, and then all of a sudden you're like, hey, we're in the money, you know what I mean?
Develop the game to their standards. In addition to our past experience of cooperating with Tencent, we firmly believe that after this external shareholder change, Kudo will have a more stable external environment, which will be more conducive to our future long-term development strategy of independent operations. What they're saying.
See, that's what that says to me, is that, you know, the worry of things like marketing, overheads and all that sort of stuff are going to be less of an issue now, you know, and that they can continue to just concentrate on what they do best, and that's make a game, and then hopefully, you know, the growth comes along with her.
Here is Tencent are going to fund us. They're going to provide us more funding for our games, Punishing Grey Raven, Wuthering Waves, and they are not going to do anything at all to alter how we approach the development of our games. All in all, they're literally just funding them. They're increasing the amount of money they're putting into them. This will only benefit us as players. This means that we are probably going to get even higher quality patches, higher quality content.
Can we get them ZZZ cutscenes, please, Kuro? You know? Considering ZZZ's about to end the service, right? Let's go and poach their cutscene team, bring them over, and then, you know, we're all good, man.
Maybe they'll hire more staff members, who knows? Over the past decade, our original intention to make games has never changed. In the next decade, we will not change. We will continue to love our players, our games, and our team. I mean, come on, like that comment right there, that final paragraph, those 2 sentences, they define Kudo Games. Over the past decade, our original intention to make games has never changed. they fully plan on being here for the next decade. This is a dev team.
Well, I think that's kind of, in my opinion, potentially, well, it's not guaranteed, but I think it's potentially made it a lot more likely, hasn't it? You know, I never thought the Wuthering Waves was going to be end of servicing anytime soon. All live service games are going to have a time when they come to the end of the service, but I thought, you know, Wuthering Waves is going to be more than fine as long as they're making enough cash to keep the lights on. It seems that that's all Kuro care about. The fact that they've got this it's not direct investment at the moment because obviously they bought the shares from Hero, but it's going to inevitably end in more investment because I think Tencent are going to want to make good on their investment, aren't they, in regards to making the company a bigger, better, more profitable entity, which makes me even more confident that Wuthering Waves isn't going anywhere now. Not that I did think it was anytime soon, but you know what I mean? It's good to see now that we're looking like we're in the long haul and potentially expanding out to other stuff as well. If they are working on this third game that's been rumoured, that could be expedited, couldn't it? That could be sped up and scaled up as well, and we might be seeing like bigger and better things coming from them after Wuthering Waves.
That is confident in their product and in their ability to produce quality content. We will continue to love our players.
That's a good point as well, Charlie.
Which they have shown time and time again. They are generous. They are rewarding. They continue to make changes to the game for us. This is a dev team that
that's a good point as well, actually, Neil.
Genuinely cares about their game and their players, because at the end of the day, without players, there is no.
Right before the game in the year, it looks good for them, doesn't it? It looks good on quarterlies. You know, when they go to their shareholders, the board, and say, look, we've just required majority share in this game. One game of the year, you know what I mean? The optics look good, don't they? You know what I mean? It looks good to the board. It looks good in regards to, you know, obviously the people higher up in Tencent in regards to, okay, we're going to allow some moving around of money here potentially and allow investments to go off. We're seeing that they're making the right choices in regards to buying companies, and let's maybe allow that to continue at the same time.
Game. Without a game, there is no company. That is what studios seem to forget. At the end of the day, the more rewarding you are, the friendlier you are, the more you appreciate the time investment from your players, the more you will benefit as a company, the more money you will earn, because players will want to invest more time, invest more money into their games. This has never been more apparent than the last couple months. The last month alone, the month of November, saw Camellia, saw Wuthering Waves breach the top 10 in terms of revenue on the Apple App Chart in Japan, in China.
I love Six, I do. But he was one of the people who did react to, you know, the whole revenue chart drama and said, if you believe the revenue charts, you're fucking stupid. There is definitely this thing within the gacha space that revenue charts matter when it suits people and don't when it doesn't. And I'm not calling, well, I guess I am calling me, but not like that. I like Sticks. I'm just saying that people are quite quick to say, fuck the revenue charts. But then when a game is moving up, the revenue charts are okay again. I'm just in the mindset of, I don't look at the exact numbers because they mean shit, but I look at the trends. I think these revenue charts probably do represent trends in terms of where things are going rather than where we're actually at. Yeah, I've noticed that with a few content creators. It goes across all games. It's not just in the Kuro space. The charts matter when they're reading the numbers they want to be read, if that makes sense.
Wuthering Waves hasn't hit those numbers since like way back with Yinland. This game is doing phenomenally. This right here, this merger, this acquisition.
Is it possible for Kuro to just buy up to 50% to be equal with them? No. So the way it works is obviously Kuro started up a company. You've got your own money to invest in a company and you can start your company and you can start doing business, right? Or you can borrow against the company, so you're indebted. Somebody doesn't necessarily own shares of a company, but you owe money in regards to the starting business, basically. Or you can have somebody who starts off as a seed investor, so they give you a chunk of cash and you sign down, right, we're going to give you so much of the company, basically. So, let's just say I start up my business, you come along, Thunder, and go, I'll buy into that. You know what I mean? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Sorry, Charlie. Charlie, you'll come along and go, all right, then, I'm going to give you 10 grand to start the business up. And I go, right, then, I need that 10 grand. I'll give you 10% of the company. You know what I mean? Basically, that's kind of like the position of Hero. I don't know if they were like a seed investor from the start or they just came along. It said 2018, so I'm assuming they were there before PGR. So there probably wasn't a seed investor, but they came along in an early time of Kuro, you know? So they then own a certain percentage of the company. All that's happened is Tencent later came in 2023 and bought another 14% of the company. So altogether, they owned 51% in total between the both of them. All that's happened now is Tencent have turned around to Hero and gone, you want to sell them to us, mate? And they've gone, all right then. So now Tencent own the rest of the company, basically. The only way Kuro could get back to being a majority shareholder was if that Tencent turned around and was like, we'll let you buy back the shares, basically. You know what I mean? It's divvied up now. The only thing that can happen is either Tencent sell to Kuro or Tencent sell to somebody else. And then if Tencent did that, then it will go back to Kuro potentially being the major shareholder. So let's say they're at 51% now. Let's just say Kuro, Tencent decided to sell 20% to, I don't know, Neo. Neo owns 20% of Kuro now. Kuro would then be back to the major shareholders, the team themselves, the people who started the company, the individuals that started it up. You know what I mean? So it'd literally take Tencent selling for them to get back to being the major shareholder, pretty much.
Addition, all it is going to do is provide Kudo more funding to produce better quality content with no meddling from Tencent at all. But it does promise them a more stable...
See, I definitely do think there will be meddling from Tencent. Now, I don't think that's going to directly reflect in the video game, but at the end of the day, it would be naive to think that Tencent are just going to go, here's $1 billion, whatever, you know? That's not going to happen. There's going to be caveats. There's going to be like, right, we're going to increase investment in the marketing department and, you know, we want to bring in so-and-so, 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 and there's going to be some expectation back from Kuro. Now, it might be hitting a deadline. It might be producing a particular, something in particular. Now, that might not necessarily affect the game itself, but there will be some sort of, you know, want at the end of the day. Like, I think this idea that we think that Tencent is just going to be like this benevolent company that's just like, you get money, you get money, you get money. We don't care. Burn it if you want. We're just here to make you better. You know, they're going to want a return on their investment at the end of the day. And that's going to mean making Kuro more profitable. But I think the way they'll do that is they'll do it using their methods in regards to their connections, if I'm honest.
Future, which I think is a good thing for not only them, but for us. I genuinely appreciate the fact that they decided to make this statement public because, honestly, if Tencent was going to make alterations to the game or force them to make alterations to the game, they wouldn't be able to state this. Tencent would be pissed. It would be livid with them. Kudo have earned my...
The fact of the matter is, anyway, I was looking this up. In China, you only have to own, I think, 34% of the share of the company to have veto. So the way it works is at 50% and above, you basically can control, you have majority control of the company, right? All the way up to 76%. So you are in effect the boss, but at the same time, the other shareholders, if there were multiple of them, have the potential to veto if one of them was over 30-odd%. So because Kuro own the other 40-odd%, they can actually say, look, we're going to veto this. And it basically will put a spanner in the works of Tencent if they try to push through sweeping changes. It's once you get up to 76%, I think, that's basically called unilateral control, I think. So once you get to that, then they don't have the power of veto. So you don't own the entirety of the company, so to speak, in regards to all the money that you're going to be making. But in all sense and purpose, you kind of do. You know what I mean? Because you'll be able to change things at the drop of a hat. The people who have the other shares won't be able to say shit. They just have to go along with the ride, basically. And that'd be pretty much it. So, like, if Kuro do want to maintain that independence, it would be smart of them to make sure they at least keep 35+% of Kuro Games, you know, shares to them. And if they did decide to sell in the future, they're sold to somebody else potentially. You know what I mean? So to stop. But then there's a potential that those people would sell to Tencent then as well. Now, I'm not saying that like that'd be a bad thing anyway. You know, obviously we've seen Tencent owning 100% of a company and things still going great. But yeah. Yes, but Kuro retains all decision making concerning their IPs. I doubt Kuro would allow CN only rewards. Yeah, this is also what I was trying to say to the people who was commenting on my video when they were saying they can't do anything with Wuthering Waves and PGR. As far as I'm aware, Kuro still, obviously the people who were the initial starters of the company own the IP. They like, I don't know how everything works in China, but they legally own the IP themselves. So Tencent, in effect, can't do anything with the IP, but obviously, if they wanted to, they could lean on them to affect changes. It's just whether Kuro would allow that. And it's obvious anyway, there's been a gentleman's agreement. I don't think Tencent would want Kuro going public with this information if they were planning then to, you know, renege on this decision later on. It just wouldn't look good at all. It wouldn't look good for their future purchases into companies either. Because they've obviously got to keep a level of respect, haven't they, to a degree, because they might look to want to invest in a company in the future. And if they're doing this sort of things of reneging on agreements made within purchases, there's going to be other companies that are going to be like, you know what? Yeah, we're going to go elsewhere. We're going to go elsewhere, actually, because we can't, you know, we can't trust your word on this because we've seen what you've done before. The second that happened, oh, you want about CN and Rolling Rewards? Yeah. You mean like Bethesda? Remember Terra Fantasy when Hodder had great ideas? They never seen the light because Tencent meddled with the ideas. Kuro will experience the same with Wiwer and PGR. I don't know. I don't know what Tencent did with Hodder, if I'm honest. I thought all the issues that Hodder had were Hodder's bad decisions themselves. You could be right. They could meddle. I don't think they will, though. I'm just going off things like Path of Exile, Valorant, you know, the other purchases that they've made in pretty much majority of games you've played in some degree or another. Tencent have a massive, effective role in those companies in regards to investment. And I don't think it'll affect the game too much, if I'm honest. Until be 45 minutes, I'll pour in fish when done and knock your door. Oh, okay. Kuro is doomed. Tencent get too greedy, making most rewards CN only, then Kuro can boycott Tencent. I don't think that will happen, if I'm honest. Well, what they can do anyway, they can veto them. So you'll have a board meeting, right? And you've got your new board members, obviously, because they're invested in the company. You'll sit down, you'll have this board meeting. Let's say Tencent go, right, we want to scrap the guaranteed banner. Let's just say, for example, right? That's not going to happen, but let's just say, for example, Kuro then have the ability to veto that, which is to say, look, nah, we're going to put a block on it. You know what I mean? That would just put them at loggerheads then. That then could lead to Tencent potentially wanting to pull potential further investment in regards to, well, we was going to give you 500 million in regards to marketing, or we was going to do this, or we was going to do that, or we was going to work with our friends in Hollywood to get you a deal that was going to make massive moves for the company. That, you know, they can lean in that regards, but, you know, they've still got that ability to veto. Kurov. Let me see if I can find it, actually. But I won't be able to find it. Wait, she's just full of fucking what is Pero in Italian, what is Pero in China, what is Pero Ghost in China, Lombard Venetian, is it linked to Venice? Lombard Venetian, zany, trickster, demons. What does zany in Italian? What is zany in Greek? Oh, do you know what I found out as well? I'll give you a little bit of an insider into my next video, right? I'm going to be talking about the Sentinel. But I forgot that when I was in the Carlotta video, there was a bit of information that I wanted to relay. People saying that they think Zany is Carlotta's sister. I've found more information that makes me think that that's not the case. Because she says that the alarm goes, get to work. It makes me think that she's either a ward or she's in service of the Montelli family. And the reason I think that was in service of some family and not related to Carlotta because Zany or Zany in Italian, it's I think it's partly linked to Gianni, which in Lombard Venetian, they actually provided people who were like servants to the noble families in Venice as well. So it makes me think that's the kind what she's doing. She's like she's not a servant, but she like serves. She works for one of the powerful families in Rinascita. I just thought I'd tell you about that anyway. Hollywood, the bloody hates the N, only rewards in gacha games. No, I don't mean like I'm just talking in I'm not talking literally. And at the end of the day, Hollywood doesn't hate China. If you want to get a movie published in China, guess who you need to go through? Tencent. Where are we? Yeah, I think I've got it. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Shareholders with a shareholding ratio of up to 67% have absolute control of the company and right to decide at shareholders' general meeting level on major corporate matters such as amending articles of association, registered capital increases or decreases, and company mergers, divisions, and dissolutions. Corporate form changes with a shareholding of up to 50%. Shareholders have relative control and the right to vote on ordinary decisions made at shareholders' general meetings. Shareholders with a ratio of up to 34% have security control and a one veto to directly rule out major decisions made at shareholders' general meetings. So they need 34%. Once you lose 34% stake in the company is when you lose a veto. So Kuro are going to be able to control the destiny to some degree, even though they're not the major shareholder anymore. Yeah, like in the video, I'm going back to like the chthonic stuff, and I think that there might be some chthonic stuff going on in 2.0, just down to the fact that what the Sentinel might be in a hippocamp, who created the hippocamps, the fact that they're linked to Venice, you know, Pero potentially being a phantasm, things with Janie, the way she looks, and that I think potentially, like, you know, this chthonic vibe might be there as well. In 2.0 and onwards, you know, of maybe like seeing some like underworld type themes or something maybe. Also, when Terra Fantasy Game of the Year a few years back, Tencent tried to make rewards yen only, but TF Global still had their free drop, which disagreement from Tencent, but Hot a Perfect World did not care. I don't know, like I say, could happen. How did Tencent affect? How did Tencent affect changes in Perfect World? Was it Art Games? Was it formerly Art Games? Was it? Like them a film production company as well, are they? Oh, Embracer Group entered an agreement to acquire Perfect World. So they own Level Infinite, don't they? Who do the publishing for Global. So why would they want Chinese only rewards if they own the publishing rights to Global? Yeah. End of the day, what is it? Let's just go to the Winchester until it all blows over.
Respect here. I'm gonna go on a limb here and assume they actually earned the respect from a lot of us, and they deserve it. This means absolutely nothing other than a more concrete, stable future for Wuthering Waves, for Punishing Grim Raven, and for the upcoming Project Nami, which now probably has even more funding that Tencent holds a majority stake in the company. Do not let people tell you that this is bad, because it is not. Hey you, where do you think you're?
I think I'm neutral. Neutral, as Mr. Polky would say. Neutral. I'm neutral. I don't think it's good or bad. Because we just don't know yet, I guess, really. You know what I'm saying? I think it's good for the pockets. But I think you should be critical. You should be in the perception of don't let people tell you this is just good also. Although I do think it is. If that makes sense, you know? I'm trying to come at it from all angles here, guys. I'm trying to come at it from all angles. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Dude seen my video, I reacted to his video. Says, I must admit, you know, when people have seen me reacting to their content, they've been really positive about it, actually. So I think even when I'm critical of what people say in videos, I think I'm quite fair, aren't I? I've not had anybody say, yeah, bro, fuck you. What are you saying about me, man? Let's go. In the car park. You know? All right. I want to watch some other videos now anyway. We've been talking about the Kuro 10-cent stuff too long. It is what it is. We'll see what happens. We're either end of servicing. We're getting 50-50s on the weapons. Pity's going to 500. Battle Pass is going to cost 75 quid a month. Yeah. You're going to have to sign away your internet history. Kuro will email you once a month to let you know all of the pornographic websites you've been on and shame you. And if you don't spend on the next banner, they will release all of your information to your Facebook page. That's a way to get spending up, innit? That's a way to get spending up massively, actually. You know, blackmail. Perfect. It's a guarantee. It's a guarantee. All right, let's watch this Solace video then, shall we?
Nothing much has changed since the last video.
Let me pause it. I have been meaning to watch this for a couple of days. I saw it. I added it to my watch list so we could watch it on stream. Solace did let me know that he had a video coming and that I would probably like it. So the title is Wuthering Waves is a better game than Genshin Impact. More reasons why, part 2. Okay, holy PvP. It's about to start. Let's check it out then, guys. If you haven't checked out Solace as well, you should go show him some love. Great content creator. This video banged 14k views. Let's see what he's got to say then, shall we?
In case anybody was wondering, nothing much has changed since the last video. Wuthering Waves is still a better game than Genshin Impact.
I'd say, if anything, it's got better, you know.
And it looks like a lot of you seem to agree. My last video on this topic has over 3,700 likes and an 89% like to dislike ratio as of this
That's pretty. To be fair though, any videos when I tend to roast Genshin, they get really really good like to dislike ratio. So you know, I guess it's a trend.
Recording. For those of you who may not be super familiar with what is normal for a YouTube video, that is an insanely good ratio for such a controversial topic. And so now, here we are with the inevitable part 2 video. Many of you asked for this, and I'm sure a lot of you guys
All right, let's go.
Sticks.
I'm ready.
When he reacted to my video, he even said that I have to do a part 2 because there were some things that I missed.
Oh, Stixie was even involved. Okay.
If you haven't seen the first video, make sure to go check it out.
We have.
I'll leave a link in the description. Additionally, this is probably going to be the last video that I make comparing Genshin Impact.
Will it really? After those views, I think we might see a part 3.
To Wuthering Waves.
I'd
This
be
is
finding
for
any way to make a
couple
part 3 if it was
reasons.
me.
First, I don't want to continue beating a dead horse. Genshin Impact being the dead horse. And second, there are only so many things to...
Come on, it is fun though. Like, you know, look, don't get me wrong, Genshin is a good game. It's been a while. It's been a while. I really need to go back, but I don't want to because Wuthering Waves is just kind of gonna... It is what it is, right? But it is kind of funny sometimes to roast Genshin. It's funny sometimes to roast every game, really, especially when people get mad about it. That's the best part about it.
Compare. Eventually, it's just going to get really stupid. Like, oh man, look at this blade of grass. Look at the water. It's so much better. But no, for this video, I actually have another legit list of things to compare that I think makes Wuthering Waves a better game than Genshin Impact. So let's dive right into it. But first, hey, if you're new here on my channel, my name is Solus. Thanks for stopping by. I make videos about gacha games, commentary, guides, and one of my videos that's upcoming is even about lore. So if that's the kind of stuff that you
Bit of lore from Solus. Okay, all right.
like to see, please consider hitting the subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it. So the first topic that I want to cover today could be none other than...
See, I definitely, sorry to keep pausing. I definitely wouldn't call my videos lore videos. They're definitely theory crafting videos. I try to, like, my videos are more about taking stuff from the game and then just, you know, connecting the dots with the real world and trying to see potentially what we think could be inspirations for things in Wuthering Waves.
And character designs and character models. Is it just me, or is it the case that the character designs in Genshin Impact have taken a nosedive off of a cliff since around the time that Farina...
Bro, it's not even just that though, man. Like, dude, I remember the days of when I started playing and I was like, damn, Diluc looks good, man. I want to get him. I want to get him. He looks badass. And then not long ago, I watched a video comparing the characters. And again, I've said this multiple times. Diluc just looks like a 12, 13-year-old boy dressing up as an adventurer. Dude's cosplaying, especially next to Morphe, who's not even the most badass male-looking character in Wuthering Waves as well. It was just like, damn, man, that just took me out so bad. I was like, that was a character who I considered kind of badass when I started playing the game, and now looks kind of pathetic.
Farina came out. I don't think it's just me. Farina, both her character design and her as a character, is by far one of my favorites in Genshin Impact. But I have been very much not impressed with most of the designs that I've seen since then. There are a couple of exceptions to that.
I hope he talks about reused animations as well, especially with Claymores.
Arlecchino and Kiori were pretty good. Clarand was okay, but
like
let's
that,
talk about some of the characters that came after that. Sethos, hot garbage. Sigewinne, nope. Emily was so non-exciting that I even noticed tons of the Genshin Impact community trash-talking her. That's how you know it's bad.
See, I'm kind of weird like that, man. I kind of liked her design, but you know, whatever. Whatever.
And Kanich,
yeah, trash.
I don't know if
trash.
I'm saying that right,
trash.
but no, absolutely not.
Trash.
No.
Mualani. You know what? I actually like Mualani's design quite a bit. Her design is super cute, so she gets a pass. And I really want to hit on Chaska. Chaska's design could be worse, but to me, she looks incredibly boring. She looks like an OnlyFans pirate that you would find at a shitty Halloween party. And speaking of parties, let's talk about Ororan, however you say it.
I think you'd probably have a lot more fun with her at the party though than in Genshin. That's for sure.
This is the worst character design in all of Genshin Impact, in my opinion, and it's not even close. If you took him to a freak off and doused him in 100 bottles of baby oil, P. Diddy would still kick his ass out. And here's the one that could have really brought me back into the game. The Pyro.
Bro brought P. Diddy into the situation. Holy shit, dude.
Archon. Hoyoverse just released a
Solace
bunch of
is
stuff about Mavuka,
starting his
and I
villain
gotta give
arc.
credit where credit is due. It definitely looks like they're branching out and trying something new with this one. And by that, I mean they brought on the designers from Zenless Zone Zero because she looks like she belongs on the back roads with Caesar and Bernice. But hey, if you want to do another shower scene and throw Mavuka in there, you won't catch me complaining about it. But the whole bike thing just seems really weird to me, and I really want to like her design, but no matter how hard I try, I just can't. To me, she just doesn't look like she is from the same universe or like she belongs in the same game. Now, as far as the character models themselves, they just don't look as good as the character models from Wuthering Waves. And
This is true. This is true. Like, I've had people genuinely... Now, I know it's all subjective in what you like the look of, but I think these are a little bit more objective if you've got eyes, in my opinion. Now, the actual theme of the characters, you can be like, no what? I like that character. It looks better to me, like the style of them, whatever. But in terms of the actual models themselves, from like a graphical fidelity standpoint, I think Wuthering Waves just clears them. Like, I've had people try and argue the case against this. Jan still needs to become a Resonator, most Giga Chad looking male character in any gacha game, in my opinion. But yeah, they do. They look so much better. There's just no comparison in my eyes. But at the same time, it's expected. You know, you've got a game that's on Unity that came out in 2020 to a game on Unreal 4 that came out 6 months ago. So I'll give Genshin a pass for that.
in my opinion, their facial expressions, their movements, the animations, just everything. Now, this might be somewhat related to the game engines that are used in each game. I'm not sure, but Genshin Impact uses a game engine that was built off of the Unity engine, and Wuthering Waves uses the Unreal engine. But in terms of character designs, Wuthering Waves just...
What happened to the Genshin engine as well? Weren't Hoyo working on their own first-party game engine? Am I just tripping? I swear to God that was a thing, and it was going to be called the Genshin engine, right? Is that just, have they just like scrapped that now? They're like, forget it, we're just going to go on, because as far as I'm aware, their upcoming games are going to be running on Unreal 5, I believe, if the information that was released in regards to the potential 5 upcoming Hoyo games, and I'm pretty sure at least a couple of those were going to be running on Unreal 5. Now, of course, it's all conjecture, because we don't know for a fact that these are happening, but, you know, it comes with, I guess, some reliable rumors through the grapevine.
just takes the cake with all of the characters that they've released so far, in my opinion, with the exception of a few.
Yes,
They've
get that
released
fucker out of the
characters
game. I'm sorry, that dude makes me angry. We've spoken about this again. We're not going to get into it. That dude makes me angry.
like Yinlin, Jin Shi, Chan
Peak,
Li, Shan
peak.
Yao, and my personal favorite, Camellia. Kuro Games
Jin
has
Shi,
also
number one,
just
all day
released
long.
the drip marketing for the version 2.0 characters, and the internet has gone absolutely wild. They released drip marketing for 5 characters, and they hit
Hot take, Carlotta, best looking. I think Phoebe is number 2 in terms of the female, then Zany. But I think I'm going to go Carlotta, Brandt, Phoebe, Zany, Rochia. Like, I like Zany, but I don't know, man. Phoebe looks really good to me, and Carlotta, just come on, just look at her, man. Just look at her.
hit the mark with every single one of them. Everybody seems to be really excited about Zani the most, but my personal favorite is Carlotta. And I
Let's
usually
go,
don't care
my
for
boy,
male characters
my
quite as
boy.
much, but Brandt has definitely got my attention.
Let's
Depending
go.
on what his kit is, that
Great
is
minds, man.
definitely a
Great
male
minds.
character that I would consider pulling. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Sorry, I had to get some popcorn for all of the comments that I can already see coming. Hey, now, make sure
Man, Solace is really entering the villain arc, right? He is.
you guys keep it respectful in the comments, okay? Now that we've got character designs and character models out of the way, let's talk about character progression. Part of this is related to
I wanna
one
know
of
if
the
animation's
topics
gonna be in
that I
here.
covered in my last video, which was Genshin Impact's artifacts versus echoes in Wuthering Waves. So I'm not going to belabor that particular point too much, other than to say in Wuthering Waves, I have multiple characters either fully built or built good enough. In Genshin Impact, I grinded for months and I still have mostly dog shit artifacts on my C2 Raiden Shogun. But that's not the point about character progression that I really want to bring home here. What I actually want to focus on is character skill progression. In both games, the max skill cap is at level 10. Okay, that's not entirely true. In Genshin Impact, you can get past level 10 by getting constellations or copies of a particular character. But let's forgo that for a minute and just say that the level cap for both games is 10. Now, in Genshin Genshin Impact, in order to level up a skill from level 9 to level 10, you need this item called a Crown of Insight. Usually, we just call them crowns. They are very, very limited. You can get a few of them just from playing the game, but once you have gotten all of the ones that you can get from playing the game, that's it. The only time that you can get more of them after that is from limited time events, or whenever they release a big patch and there's a new area and new main story. Sometimes then they will also include some there. So essentially you are gated from maxing out your character's skills to level 10, and so you can't maximize your character's power and damage unless you use one of those crowns, and then like I said, they're very limited, so you have to be quite picky and choosy about which character.
I agree. Don't get me wrong. I think some of the top end of leveling your characters does get a little bit grindy in, well, it's more that it's like you're kind of time gated in a sense, aren't you, in a way, in regards to the materials, but it's not terrible, but it does really feel like it slows down to that end part of finishing your characters off. But it's definitely a better system.
And which skills you use them on. I'm gonna go ahead and just say now that this is absolutely ridiculous, and it took playing Wuthering Waves for me to realize that, because in Wuthering Waves...
Isn't it weird that there's still people that defend a lot of the systems in Genshin, which is kind of weird, and I've started to notice now that you've got let's say the Genshin refugees, some of them fled to Wuthering Waves, some of them fled to the safe haven of Honkai Star Rail, right? And now Star Rail's starting to implement some shitty stuff in Star Rail, but the people who fled Genshin, who couldn't defend the stuff that was in Genshin, and now defending the stuff that's in Star Rail, which is kind of weird. But yeah, you've got that kind of separation of, you've got the people who, it took a new game for them to realise they were kind of being treated badly. You know, they found another partner. They were like, man, damn, she cooks, she cleans, and she don't even fucking get mad at me, you know? Come home every day, the house is spotless. And then there were just those people who, even though there was something better, they're just like, nah, you know, I'm just blind to it. I'm in too deep. I've been here too long. You know, we've been living together for 4 years now, and it's just, that's it, man. I can't start over again. It is weird to see that, like, split in the community. The fact that some people still in Genshin, they're just so far gone in, not in terms of, at the end of the day, if you enjoy the game, you enjoy the game, but I'm talking about more specific systems where people will still defend some of the dog shit systems in Genshin and argue in some way that it makes sense. Come on, man, it just doesn't. I get it. It's too far gone now. The game's not really going to change now, but, you know, at least stop defending it.
There is no special item that you need to use to max out your skills. You can max out every single skill for every single character with just the mats that you need for that character. So all you have to do in order to max out all your skills is just grind.
It is good that there's not like a specific material that goes across everybody that you need that's incredibly limited. It is a much better system. It's not perfect, but it's much better.
Simple as that. Now, a minute ago, I mentioned getting extra copies of a character. So let's talk about that for both games now. For each character in both games, you can get up to 6 extra copies. In Genshin Impact, they are called constellations, and in Wuthering Waves, they are called sequences. If you only have 1 copy of a character in Genshin Impact, you would call that C0. In Wuthering Waves, you would call it S0. But then if you were to pull 6 more
Still call it C0.
copies of the same character, then it would be C6 or S6. Here's the thing about it in Genshin Impact though. At least 2 of the 6 constellations are always pointless, because all they do is add 3 extra points to one of your skill levels. In Wuthering Waves, none of the sequences are like that. All 6 of them add value.
There's definitely some that are not as good as others, of course, but you know that not everyone's going to be like God tier at the end of the day. But there are some that are like, don't really care about that one. But yeah, definitely a better system again.
In some way to the character.
And also, really, apart from like what Boiji, but she's a 4-star in regards to getting the revival. They don't really, you know, lock behind actual gameplay mechanics in terms of like your character doing something new in regard to like a kit ability or a mechanic. it's usually just a buff, you know, of your currently owned abilities as well, isn't it? Which is a good thing. Which Genshin does a little bit more of that as well, and Star Rail does as well, which sucks.
Kit in a way that is more exciting than just adding extra points to your skill. And that's a whole nother topic that I'm not going to deep dive here, but the character kits in Wuthering Waves are way more complex than the character kits in Genshin Impact. If I had to make a terrible analogy about it, I would say that Genshin Impact is like playing Lego Star Wars, while Wuthering Waves is like playing Jedi Fallen Order. It's a terrible analogy, yes, but you get the point. But in Wuthering Waves, all of the...
I will say, though, I would like to see some more expression in how you build out DPSs, whether that comes into making the actual attribute more useful, or the echo sets themselves have some more... like, you know, just some more ability to make the attribute itself better, so we can maybe potentially look to building DPSs in a different way to scale our damage, rather than it just really pretty much being, you know, crit rate, crit damage all the time. It would be nice to be able to focus or being able to build a DPS like that, but also by switching out into different echo sets to be able to really go into attributes a little bit more. Which hopefully we'll start to get to see in the future as well. I am confident that we'll start to see some of that. I was talking about that in regards to afflictions. I think I'm going to make a video specifically talking about afflictions in what I'm calling it, in regards to attributes actually having something to them. That it's nothing like the Genshin system, but it's potentially like a stacking system within that one attribute. So it's not about reactions. It's more about stacking and getting afflictions. Because I feel like there definitely could be a little bit more nuance in regards to the DPSs, at least, anyway.
The sequences that you
inter-character nuance is really
good. Typically meaningful and add complexity to the kit, and sometimes can change the way that you actually play a character. Now, that's not to say that some of the constellations in Genshin Impact are also not impactful or meaningful. That's not what I'm saying. I am just saying that I think it's stupid that 2 out of the...
Plus crit rate, damage, attack percent sequences in most units in Wuthering Waves, which is no different than plus 1, 2 levels in Genshin. That's fair. That's fair. I definitely do think the sequence in regards to the you know, your buffs feel better in that regard. But you're not wrong in regards to, you know, there's you know, I can't argue with that, really.
6 constellations do nothing but add 3 points to a skill, especially considering how much money and or resources it costs to get copies of a character. And speaking of how getting...
And some characters are better than others. Like, in my opinion, obviously, I think Camillea's got some really good copies. Like, I think majority of hers are really good. Now, some characters not so great. You know, you just take him, for example, you know, like, for me, you know, it's a game changer, isn't it, for like a shorekeeper to get a C2 shorekeeper. Insane game changer. Some characters you have to go a little bit further in to get that change as well. So there's that impact as well. It just depends on how they're all set up as well, doesn't it?
Extra copies of
same with Genshin as well.
Is better in Wuthering Waves. Let's talk a minute about the free-to-play friendliness of both games.
We all know this. We all know this.
Significantly easier both to get a 5-star character and to get copies of a 5-star character. Unlike some of the other...
See, for me, it's not even about the ability to get characters in Wuthering Waves that makes it more free-to-play friendly. It's the fact that because of the skill expression in the game, it's just, you can pretty much clear all content with your initial characters in Wuthering Waves that you get to start off with and that you get from your selectors and you get by just playing the game. So, like, it's easier to get characters, but it's also easier in terms of the game, because of the skill expression, allows you, if you play properly and play well enough, to clear all of the content in the game without needing to spend. Now, I'm not saying that drive's not there, that drive's is more there in Genshin, but it is at the same time. It is. I am saying that it is, you know, because it's a little bit less about the skill expression and more about your elemental reactions in your team setup. You know, and I'm not saying that you can't clear content with older stuff in Genshin. I'm not saying that at all, but it just feels that with Wuthering Waves, you really don't need to be spending at all in the game, or even really pulling to be able to do what you need to do. You know, some characters make your job a lot easier, and the synergy you get with your teams obviously makes a big difference. That's a fact. But yeah, I think beyond getting the stuff, what you can do with the base stuff in the game anyway. It's just, you know,
stuff. This is
Speaks for
not my
itself.
opinion. This is a fact, and it is for 2 reasons. Well, 3 actually, but one of them I already covered in my last video, and that's that the banners for Wuthering Waves are better because the hard pity for a 5-star character is at 80.
Fuck the weapon banner though. Every single time I have to go to pretty much hard pity to get the weapon, and it's pissing me off. So next banner, because I forgot to get String Master last time, Kuro, I want to get String Master in temples. I want to drop a temple, give me the weapon, and we'll all be happy, right? We'll all be happy.
In Wuthering Waves, as opposed to 90 pity in Genshin Impact. But besides that, there are 2 more factual reasons that this is also the case. The first reason is that Kuro Games is only releasing 1 new 5-star character per patch.
This is a
The
good point as
second
well.
character in a patch
Will it always be like that though? That's a thing that I do think will change. I think in the future we will get to the point where we're potentially having 2 5-star premium new characters a patch, or at least that happening on a semi-regular basis. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think we're going to get to that point.
is always a
Or we'll go
rerun
down this
of
route of a
previous
5-star and a
character.
4-star being on a
what does
rerun,
this
so-
mean? It means that you don't have to shell out all of your resources every single time that the banner switches. That is, unless you really want or really need the rerun character. So essentially what that means is you have more time to save up your resources to make sure that you get the new characters that you want. In Genshin Impact, they release 2 new 5-star characters per
Early on in Genshin, I spent 300 pulls trying to get Eula's weapon. I only still have a 3-star weapon on it, never going back.
patch. So you're either going to have to skip one, or you are shelling out everything, likely including whatever is left of your wallet, to get both of the characters if you want them.
Yeah, I saw some people in regards to, like, you know, when it comes to the revenue charts, the PvP, I saw people in the Genshin community saying that, or the Hoyo community in general, I guess. Oh, well, I don't know what community they're from, you know what I mean? But they were using the argument that that's where Kuro, that's why they're going to end the service. They ain't making enough money because they're not doing double banners in that regard. And he's like, but that's better for the player. It's allowing you as a free to play to hoard your resources, and as a light spender to really focus on getting yourself ready for the next banner instead of just getting bled dry every single patch. Yeah, I think it's definitely a better thing for being free to play, and a better thing for players in general. Even if you're a spender or you're a semi-whale or a whale, it's allowing you to be a lot more efficient because you're not having to be like, shit, I've got to whale out on both banners. You could just whale out on that one banner, stack for the next month, and then whale out again. It's better for everybody. Now, it might not be better for the coffers of Kuro, but at the end of the day, is that what playing gacha get? Well, it is, isn't it? That's the end game, really. The end game is the PvP, to be able to say, well, the game I play, some dude in China, he's bought a new Maserati because of my spending habits this month, and that's what it's all about, really.
And
Fuck
in
the
Genshin,
game.
the only way to get extra copies of a character is by pulling on them in the actual banner. In Wuthering Waves, once you have got your first copy of a character from the banner, you are able to go into the in-game shop and purchase 2 additional copies of that character using
It is
a
insane,
currency
really.
called
It is
Coral,
insane.
which you obtain naturally from pulling on banners over time. This makes it way, way easier
And I can never stack that shit because I have no impulse control. The second that gets to 8, I'm making a pull.
to get
I just
extra
can't help
copies
myself.
of a character. Let me show you this, case in point. This is my Camellia, and as you can see, she is
Damn.
S5. And if you think that I had to spend a bunch of money to get this, you would be wrong. The last time that I topped up in the shop, believe it or not, was during the Shorekeeper banner. I had a little bit left over from that, but the rest I was able to save. Now, before you grab your pitchforks,
What is this power? Explaining to me, guys. You guys keep coming in free to play. I got this so many asteroids. Teach me the ways of impulse control, guys, because I'm a light spender, and I've spent, when was the last time I spent? After that, and I haven't been able to get a C5 Camellia, and I'm broke as fuck on game at the minute. So, you know, teach me the ways, guys. Teach me the ways, because, like, I ain't getting that luck, man. I've just had to go absolutely broke in game just to get Camellia's sword, and it was
let
painful.
me be 100% real here. I had an insanely good stream of luck with this one. One
didn't know you
copy
50-50s.
came early at like 40-something pulls, and then I got 2 literally back to back, and I
Damn,
won
bro.
3 50-50s. This is probably the best luck
That sounds nice. Never had it. Sounds really nice though, you know.
that I have ever had in any gacha game ever. But overall, I was able to buy 2 of the copies from the shop, and then I got 4 from the banner. And I didn't spend a single extra dollar to do that, unless you count the little bit that I had left over from the Shorekeeper banner. If you think that this is insane, don't worry, so do I. But to be completely
say,
fair,
that is-
even if I had had bad luck, I think I would
That is a little bit on the extreme end of things. That's not your typical experience, to be fair. But you know what though, it's not wrong.
still have her at S3. So next time you hear somebody arguing about the irrelevant and mostly guesswork numbers from the Sensor Tower report, maybe just consider that the reason that people may not be blowing their life savings on the Camellia banner or any other banner is simply because they didn't have to. Okay, so now I want to shift gears.
But Solis, you don't understand. How are those board members in China going to be able to buy the new cars? We have to spend, and then we can use it to beat other communities around the head. That's how it works, right?
A little bit and talk a little bit more about gameplay. To be more specific, I want to talk about meta for both games. I have had a lot of people tell me that they would like to add elemental reactions to
No, I
weapon
don't want
waves,
elemental reactions.
But I'm going to tell you why that is a terrible idea.
I don't want elemental reactions, but I'm going to talk about potentially attribute afflictions in an upcoming video, which I'd be curious. I've kind of mentioned it before in previous videos, but I do want to talk about that, but I don't want an elemental reaction system, no.
And let me start by asking you a question. Let's say you have a brand new player to Genshin Impact. He or she is having a fun time and they want to learn more about team building and they want to know which characters they should pull. So they go check out some YouTube videos, some Reddit threads, maybe join a couple of Discords. And what do
Not
you
elemental
think that they're
reactions, but
going to
status
do
effects.
after that?
Pretty much, that's what when I'm talking about afflictions, because like, you know, I wanted to coin a cool term. Basically, same thing, status effects. Afflictions that are creating like a debuff, depending on the attribute, and even potentially you could go that extra level depending on the character and the attribute, and that's stacking within the attribute. And my idea was thinking that then that would allow people to build characters around attributes rather than just raw damage and crit rate. Obviously, that'd be important to have, but it'd allow teams that have characters that really are supposed to be getting off field to get the DPS on field would be able to stay on field a little bit more, so people could play with other characters a little bit more within the team, because they're able to stack damage through the attribute itself, and then add obviously debuffs and such. And I was thinking of things like, you know, chain damage in something like you know, like lightning, dot damage in say something like fusion. You know, I was even thinking of maybe like blindness in something like Havoc, where it can proc enemy misses and stuff like that. You know, slowing, potential freezing on smaller adds in something like Glacio and so on. You know, extra juggling from attributes in something like Aero potentially. And then, you know, getting damage multipliers on top of those, but sticking within the attribute itself. So it's not about mixing attributes together. It's more about like trying to build specific teams then into the attribute maybe. But yeah, I was going to make a video about that, talking about it, and maybe like try and lay it out and think a little bit deeper into it and the potential pitfalls that could come with it, because there definitely are. But yeah, I don't want an elemental reaction system, no.
That. You're damn right. They're about to build themselves a Hyperbloom team. Because why in the hell wouldn't they do that?
Exactly,
You build a Hyperbloom team with minimal investment, you press a few buttons, and everything in front of you drops dead. Congratulations.
This is where the problem is with Genshin. That's one of the things that I really like about Wuthering Waves, is that it's that skill expression. You know, it's like PGR's got that, you know, that you are a big factor in what goes on rather than what you've got and the synergy. Although I do want that to be a factor, because, you know, I want you to be able to build cool teams, but it's about what you're doing on the field more than anything.
you have beat the game. You
To a
have
degree.
one Genshin impact. And this is why elemental reactions would be a poor
Completed it,
addition
mate.
to Wuthering Waves. The meta for Wuthering Waves is
Alright,
nearly
Thunder,
as
catch you
good
later.
as it can possibly get. That is to say that the meta doesn't really exist. Now, for team building, there are definitely optimal ways to do it. You want to build a team with the same basic structure, typically a main DPS, a sub DPS, and a support/healer. And you want to try and make sure that the intro skills and outro skills of the characters vibe with each other. But the thing is, there's no one singular team or singular meta that completely takes over the game. It's a lot more about skill expression, and really you can kind of do whatever the hell you want. And because there are no elemental reactions, it will probably always be that way. Hell, there's a 4-star character named Danjin, and if you build her right and you are good with her,
Love
you
a bit of
can
Danjin
solo
action.
hologram bosses. All right, so let me know what you think down in the comments below. I have
Yeah, pretty much agree with everything he said in it, really. I do think, now, like, this is what I say, I do want to make a deeper dive video talking about afflictions or status effects, in how there is real potential pitfalls to it, you know what I mean? That it's something that would have to be thought out properly, and I don't know if we're too far gone anyway for something like this, but, you know, it's cool to have these ideas. You know, you want that nuance to still be there with intros, outro skills, all that sort of stuff in the standard team building. But I just think having status effects from attributes would be kind of cool to have as well. I think it'd just allow for different types of combat and you know, allowing, because at the minute attributes don't really feel like that have much to do in the game. Havoc has to inflict bleed, potentially. I feel like it's kind of like another dot damage though, isn't it? Like, I feel like fusion would be the one for that. I like my idea better, Charlie. Now, but jokes aside, it really doesn't feel like much, does it? Attribute damage. It's just another form of damage at the end of the day. It's just another multiplier in a sense, isn't it? You know, and it really doesn't mean much. I'd like attributes to actually mean a little bit more. Now, potentially, that could change in future with different echo sets that, you know, make attributes, you know, mean a little bit more. And I do think that probably will happen. I do think we will see, like, because as I said, we're going to see this Gen 2 of Resonators. I think we're going to see this Gen 2 of Echoes as well. And in 2 years' time, the Echoes that we're using are not going to be the Echoes we're using now, for the most part. And they're probably going to add a lot more nuance to the game also. But yeah, man, another banger video from Solis. I can see why it's got so many views, man. It's a good one. I pretty much agree with everything he said as well, for the most part. As well, guys, if you haven't checked out Solis, go check him out. Go show him some love. Go subscribe. It's getting to 5K. Everybody who watches all the reactions, because I'm sure plenty of people will be reacting to this, go shows him some love. He deserves it. He makes good content. He's a chill dude as well. Seems like a nice guy. And yeah, man, let me know what you what you think as well, man. The PvP's on again, I guess. But yeah, like, you know, like, attributes would be cool, wouldn't they? You know, being able to freeze enemies, slow enemies, all that sort of stuff. It would be pretty dope. Would make attributes feel like they do something rather than just,
account from a random
at the
Chinese
minute,
site.
they're basically just damage with effects, aren't they? Like visual effects, which is like, okay, cool, I guess. Doesn't really do anything for me. You know, what a way to scale the damage of your character. Okay, cool. It's really no different than from, like, you know, my character scaling off attack or crit or whatever. Yeah, I agree. I think we're going to see massive changes in the game. Yeah, I was saying it before. You look at whatchamacallit, you know, games like Aether Gazer, PGR. Look at the gameplay progression in those games. You know, just talking from like a visual animation progression, characters in what they do progression as well. It's insane. It's not in day. So I think we'll see something similar like that in Wuthering Waves, in my opinion. I think, like, you know, we'll be looking back at characters in a couple of years' time as well and being like, damn, bro, look at where characters are at now. I ain't saying characters still won't be useful. I think they will, but they'll look so much more vanilla. And they'll probably feel a bit more vanilla as well. Well, Spectral can stop time. If fusion causes bleed, could have a random chance to stagger upon bleed damage, Havoc causing a confusion that makes enemies forget one skill ability in their rotation. Yeah, I like the idea of, like, Havoc doing something like that. where like it causes like a confusion state or like a blindness state. Like I'm in my head, like I'm going back to like turn-based RPG type mechanics. You know what I mean as well. And I'm thinking it giving the enemy a chance to miss an attack, or like you say, forget a skill. You know, like how useful would it be in some hard content and the actual level of skill as well to be able to pop a havoc based attack on an enemy just before you know it's about to do something, giving you a percentage chance for it to miss. So like if you fuck up your dodge or whatever, or your parry, you get saved by the fact that you've RNG'd it like in a way, but with skill as well at the same time. I think that'd be kind of cool, man. You know, slowing a bigger enemy down and giving you that extra opening to get out the way, freezing smaller ads, stuff like that. Fusion, confusion, it rhymes, so it's right. Yeah, like I was thinking, like, in my head, I was thinking, when I think of, like, let's say, Electro Thunder, I'm thinking the ability to, I guess it's AoE in a sense. It's AoE, you're arcing, you hit an enemy, it's got a percentage chance to, you know, bounce off a couple of enemies and arc between them, so you're getting AoE damage. And then, like, for me, I was thinking fusion, it's fucking fire, so you splash some fire down, you get dot damage. Might be a bit simple, you know, there'd be, like, this is why I say I want to go into a little bit more in depth to think of, like, okay, let's think outside the box in regards to the status effects. Obviously, Glacio, you'd think slow, you know, freeze, havoc, confusion makes sense, but I was just thinking, I don't know why, what I got it from was, I was watching the Danjin Resonator Showcase, and there's a clip, you know, where, I think it's one of the exiles, I think they're about to rob somebody, aren't they? And he's like on top of a cart or a truck or something, and then Danjin appears behind him. And as she, like, you can see, like, they're showing off the fact that she's Havoc. It's almost like it goes black for a split second. I was just like, oh, that'd be cool, as if Havoc, like, brought down this shadow of, like, whoa, what the fuck's going on? And confusion works as well, actually. Now I think about it, we were like slashing floor AoE attacks. That's what I'm saying. Like, and for me, like, you know, I think those sort of things are kind of cool. That especially when you're thinking like boss mechanics and stuff. Choosing the right time to drop, like, you know, you're going into a part of like tower, whatever, insert harder content in the future that's here, and you're switching from a singular fight to a mob-based fight, and you throw down some AoE while you're dealing with this guy here, and you tick damage in these here, and then you swing back in, clear them out. I just feel like it had that little bit of extra skill expression, in my opinion, without going down the route of elemental reactions and it just becoming like a super meta game. You know, they could even add the fact that if they wanted to go that extra level, at certain characters, potentially the attribute or status effect was slightly different. You know, you had like a band of Glacio status effects, and certain characters did slow. I don't know. Maybe there was other ones where Glacio kind of added in maybe some dot damage where it was like a freeze burn or something. You know what I mean? Just so it switched it up, so you could play a Glacio team, but you wanted dot damage in there. You know what I mean? And you didn't have to come in with like a fusion, but you could have a dot damage Glacio team, or you could have a slow Glacio team, or even stacking it where you've got a dot damage and a slow Glacio team, or I don't know. You know what I mean? I saw that vid. People did not like that one. What with this one? Oh, notes on the video edit. Okay, well, let's watch the video then. When you're putting notes on the video, that's usually you've made a boo-boo, or people have been going a little bit wild in the comment section. You're looking at your like to dislike ratio and like, shit, let's put out a fire. So let's check this video out then from Diamond Fire 21 then, shall we? I got my Genshin loving friend to play Wuthering Waves. Ooh, is he going to be a friend anymore? Let's drop a preemptive like and let's check out the video. We've watched the video from Diamond Fire 21 before, actually. So let's see what his friend's got to say then, shall we?
My friend really likes Genshin Impact, and because Wuthering Waves and Genshin fans are at war, he will literally just not play Wuthering Waves. It's also kind of just because he's lazy. So I convinced him to download the game.
How many people do you think are actually like that? I was curious about that, because I do think sometimes the glazing, the ultra glazing can come off, I guess, make Genshin, I mean, Wuthering Waves come off in a bit of a negative light, I guess, sometimes, because there definitely is some glazers. Let's face it, there is. Do you really think, would that affect you? Personally, for me, at the end of the day, if I like the look of a game, I'm playing it. I don't care what the community's saying or what people are saying. But do you reckon there are people like that? Has there ever been a game where you're like, I want to play that game, but then you've seen, I guess, how the community are, whether it's in a toxic or a super positive way, and you've been like, you know what? Nah, not going to bother. Because for me personally, no, but I really don't delve into communities too much, so I don't give a fuck what they say.
And bought him an account from a random Chinese site for $1.49, hoping that he would develop an appreciation for both games without any unnecessary toxicity. Because gosh dang it, bro, people get way too heated over these games. This is like worse than presidential elections. Alright, basically, he's gonna rate each category on a scale of 1 to 5, comparing it directly to Genshin Impact. I'm personally a fan of this game, so I'm gonna try my best not to sway his opinion. And at the end of the video, he'll give his final thoughts and rate the game as a whole. Oh, you're here. There you are.
Wait, hold on. I have like one character that's level 40. It's like a yellow, like a legend. This one, starter character.
Yeah, that's starter character.
So we're siblings, and yet. Okay.
Yeah, I knew you would always be the girl.
I've never heard Rover be called the starter character. It is, but I've just never heard it.
Oh, yeah, shut up. Shut up.
All right, let's go exploring.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use her.
What happened, bud? What happened? Bro, why are you backing away?
You killed them in like 2 hits. Okay.
Kill this one. Kill this one. Yeah, you got that.
What are you saying?
Yeah. These are like Pokemon. You can collect them. If you kill them, you can collect it. Here, I'll help you.
Why does he have a gun?
As somebody who's never bothered with co-op, so, you know, I've been playing the game for a long time now. Never played any co-op in terms of having somebody come into my world or gone into their world. Does the world scale on regards to the person who's hosting? So say you go into somebody else's who's like a lot higher level than that. Is the world, obviously I'm assuming it's scaled to them, so they come in and they're going to struggle with the stuff that's in your world then, yeah?
Fine.
Yeah,
Makes sense, right?
Wait, I can aim? Oh, I can actually like aim.
That might sound like a stupid thing to say, but
So
obviously
it's
I've
like
never done it, so I just don't know.
Like, you know,
I'm going to assume that's the
When I
case.
think of
trash
it.
can.
Yo, hold on. There's another boss over here. You want to take a detour? What?
Grab
No,
it.
you're just getting mauled by trash mobs.
That.
Oh my god, I just saw you come out the bush.
Happens.
No way. We can't fight it in co-op mode? Oh, we can.
He just almost killed me in one.
Oh yeah,
shot.
there's dodging in this game. There's dodging. Look how I fight. I can dodge him. I can also counter him.
Isn't farming easier in co-op? Never did either. I don't know. I've just never bothered doing it. Never bothered. I was like that with old school RuneScape, but when I played RuneScape 3, the old school community looking in, it was just way too toxic. I didn't try it for years. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I was going to say, I definitely think it does affect some people. I just don't care. Usually, I usually blanket most parts of the community. When I'm playing a game, usually the only time I really do interact with the community is via YouTube videos, if I'm honest.
Are you just shooting him from afar? There you go. There you go. You do 26 damage. That is crazy.
Oh yeah, so
That was so easy.
he's doing
Just,
tiny
like,
bits of
almost
damage.
killed
Okay.
me. Now I get a rare
Yeah, I know.
Pokemon. That's it.
Just looking at you from far away is kind of funny.
Can you tell me what happened in 2001?
What did happen in 2001? Wasn't Apple invented in 2001?
September.
Oh, I'm glad I played the fool because I was about to get canceled. You want a wish?
I'm dropping 8 wishes.
All right, I'll drop a wish.
I'm already down to 32 because I'm a gambler. I got a
Bro.
legendary. W.
What?
I got the freaking 8-year-old. I'm done.
What? Yo! Wait,
Who'd you get?
8-year-old?
Who'd you get?
Which 8-year-old?
If you got Varuna, then that's a W, man.
Encore. Pink hair.
No, that's the one I'm going for right now.
Light work. Should I go for the 5-star guy?
Yeah, that's what
Gian?
I'm going for. He's super
Alright,
good.
let's see if I can get him.
I got him first try! Oh my gosh, I got him first try!
You actually got him?
I don't know, because I don't know, this game has 50-50s! This game might have 50-50s!
Dude, I hope he's been cooked. I shouldn't say that, but it's funny watching people lose 50-50s.
Oh, I got a 4-star sword. Thank you. Damn. Thank you, actually.
No, I didn't
He
get
got
it!
cooked.
I'm actually...
You know what, though? Even though Calculator has been done dirty by Kuro, I wouldn't even be mad. I wouldn't even be mad. I guess because I've got Gian and pretty much all the other characters now, apart from Zhezhe. It wouldn't bother me so much, but I guess maybe if I didn't have Gian, that probably would piss me off. No, it wouldn't.
I
Though.
had
so
like a
pressed about that.
credit card thingy, and it just gave me a 5-star for free.
Oh, yeah, it does that. Which one did you pick?
Right,
Oh,
Calcharo's
Jin,
sick,
you already
man.
won.
Jensen.
She is
So then we
super
got Encore.
strong. She's insanely strong. Oh, there's a purple. Yo, I got a character. It's a 7-year-old.
Legendary.
Nah, it's purple.
Gotcha, didn't I?
Why does she have the voice of a 29-year-old? That's actually just creepy. Whoa, hold on. This character is mad cool. Calitrio. Yo,
Eh?
bro, this...
Cali Trio. Okay.
No, this character's sick. Oh yeah, did I mention there's switching attacks in this game?
Huh?
Yeah, if you attack and then you switch to another character and then attack, you can like do switching attacks.
What are these dice things? I can put 5 dice thingies in to get substats.
Yeah, the substats like crit rate.
Oh, he's
energy
introducing him
regen,
to rolling.
Warning. Oh boy.
You got that. Go, use your ult.
You know what, though? This is one of the coolest moments in the game for me. You know, the very first time you meet the Inferno Rider, I thought that was such a metal moment. The music, the way he was introduced, I was like, bro, this is fucking sick. It was such a hype moment in the game. It's one of those, you know, like, obviously there's many moments in this game that are dope, but there's something so specific about the introduction of the Inferno Rider that's just like, it's such a strong core memory in regards to this game for me. It was such a cool moment. I just remember, like, over and over again as I was playing on stream, I was just like, man, this is so metal.
Holy God. Watch out. I'll use mine.
Yeah, it is.
My bad. I didn't mean to do that much damage.
Whoopsie.
Like, his music was perfect, right?
Okay, I feel like I'm talking for everyone when I say this. Genshin's gacha is just terrible compared to Wuthering Waves. I got a really funny comment on my last video and it described this inverse relationship perfectly. When you drop Genshin, it's like you let go of that one girl who hurt you, but you wish her the best and actually are happy to see that she's doing better, though you still have a bitter history or are just done. In fact, you wish that she gets better or does better, while Wuthering Waves is the one for you that treated you right and makes you feel better when you chill. And honestly, I agree. It's crazy how generous Wuthering Waves is with his wishes, giving out 5 stars and wishes like they actually care about the experiences of their players. Now, I tried to get my friend to rate the gacha. I feel like he might have been a little upset because he missed his 50-50, and this is what he said. Finally, how good was the gacha? I feel like I already know the answers to this, but because Genshin's gacha is terrible.
I don't want to answer that.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I know a boss you would really like. Do you see where it says Winding Access Mire? It's like close to the end of the map. There's a place in that area called the Court of...
I was just thinking who this guy sounds like. This guy sounds like Z-Laner. I swear this dude sounds like Z-Laner.
Of Savante Runes.
Mech Abomination. I already have one of these things.
Yeah, but like what rare?
That's what I was
Rare.
hearing,
I keep
Z-Laner.
getting rares.
Exactly. We're gonna go get an epic. Okay, holy crap. This game's graphics is actually insane. What the heck? Look at that ground, bro. Oh my gosh, I'm not even glazed.
As dude had a coming to Jesus moment. I think I remember in his last video he was arguing that Genshin looked better, which I was just like, what? Artistic style? Okay. You know, subjective opinion. But I was like, what? What is this guy playing on? Actually, I think I remember he was playing on 2080 and he said he was having performance issues, which shocked me as well. Because I remember saying to people, are you having issues? Like, because obviously I'm on a 4090, so I was like, I don't know, what's the typical, you know, performance like for people? And people were like, I'm on a 1660 and the game's running fine. I'm on a 2080. Dude must be having a bottleneck somewhere, which was my assumption when I saw the video. Because I was thinking, man, Wuthering Waves has got to run fine on an RTX 2080, right?
That just looks beautiful.
Oh my god, I'm dying.
The game is
All
pretty.
of this from opening Discord. Why can't
Dude's biggest mistake was choosing
I
Malrover.
run
Just
10
saying.
apps at the same time?
That's what I asked myself as well.
Ow.
Use her ult. I'm gonna go combo. Watch out, he does a lot of damage. Quick, use your ult.
Which one?
Encore.
If it even hits. This is weak.
There you go. You're doing damage. Look how much damage you're doing.
It's well now, obviously, because once you've been playing any sort of game like this for a while, it's just seeing people. Okay, we're not even struggling, but you know, a level 45 mech abomination actually, like, I guess, not causing problems, but you know, kind of causing problems. It's a thing you take for granted sometimes when you've been grinding through and you've got a team of level 90 characters. You just go in there, kick the shit out of them without even thinking about it.
You killed him. Dang, I got a rare.
Wait, you took a soul?
Wonder if he's been to
Yeah.
the Black
I didn't
Shores yet.
even see
Ooh,
a
good point,
soul.
actually. Very pretty area.
That's a no. All
Lots of
I need
beautiful
to talk about the
lighting.
graphics of this game. Because in the last video I made on Genshin Impact, I said that Genshin's graphics
Okay.
were better than Wuthering Waves, and got about 190 comments saying the exact same thing. Wuthering Waves has objectively better graphics than Genshin. It might just be the art style you prefer. And this was the nicest comment I could find. But the fact is that I said something that Wuthering Wave fans just couldn't handle, and they openly told me so. Despite this, I completely agree that Wuthering Waves graphics are amazing and are way better than Genshin Impact's. I mean, look at
End of the day, you know, what you see, what you perceive is the thing. You can look at someone and say, this looks better to me. Like, I think it is fair to say graphically, though, if you're looking at a fidelity standpoint, you know, as objective as we can be in terms of graphics, because at the end of the day, your bias is in terms of your preference in what you're perceiving. He's always going to come into a factor, isn't he? You know, Wuthering Waves is probably, from a fidelity standpoint, well, it's a much better looking game, isn't he? But you know, I think it is fair, because I even said it myself. I think it's the art style that's swaying my guy. I think it is. But yeah, I obviously didn't comment. I just reacted to it. But yeah, I think everybody else saw the same as well, because people saying that in my chat and in my comments, like, what the fuck is this dude needs to go to Specsavers? You know what I mean?
The rain on the ground and the reflections, it just honestly looks not even comparable. However, the first few times I played the game during 1.0 and 1.1, the game had a lot of optimization issues, which didn't allow the game to run at full capacity, and the graphics were nowhere near to what they are today. This is a picture of my gameplay at the highest settings I could run, compared to another person running it with Nvidia shaders. It's really not even close. During these versions, a lot of people...
I was going to say, I must admit, my bias comes from the fact that I'm running on a 4090, a 13900K, you know what I mean? I've got super fast RAM, you know, I'm on a high-end PC, so, like, I'm used to the game just looking absolutely gorgeous, so I'll allow my bias there to probably come in and being like, well, it's clearly better, and it's been a long time since I played Genshin as well, but I will confidently say that I think it's still a better looking game. I'll probably, you know, go back to Genshin and it'll look a lot better, because I can't remember, actually, if I was playing on this PC last time I played Genshin. Actually, I don't know, actually.
People were experiencing lag issues and bad graphics. I also heard
enjoy what art style you like, but graphics to go to with short. Yeah, I agree. I tend to agree.
But most people who ran the game perfectly decided to be arrogant and stuck up to the game because it was supposed to be a quote-unquote Genshin killer, ignoring its faults and crashing out whenever anyone mentioned anything bad about their beloved game. Meanwhile, many players were left with a crappy experience, and some were not even able to run the game. Fast forward to 1.3 and the newly released 1.4, all the problems are fixed and it runs perfectly.
See, like, do you know what I noticed? You know, when we had 1.3, specifically 1.3, I noticed some actual performance, like, reduction. You know, when they first introduced the DX12, because I launch my game all the time from DX11 now. I need to go back and try DX12, but I was definitely having some little performance hiccups here and there, which are better now, but I noticed that. But at the same time, though, I have to own up to, I was a very, very dumb boy when it come to Wuthering Waves. Never done this before. Don't know why the hell I did it this time. I was noticing, since the launch, that the game would take ages to load up sometimes, especially if I alt-tabbed out the game while it was loading. And then for about 30 seconds, I'd have this severe lag while the game loaded, basically, loaded everything in. And I was like, this doesn't make sense, man. This shouldn't be doing this. Nobody else gets this. I've got a way beefier PC than most people who are not having these issues. And then the one day I was like, you know what? Let me just check something, because I've got an inkling of what might be the problem. And like a dumbass, I'd installed the game on one of my other drives, and it was a mechanical hard drive. So no wonder the game was taking forever and a day to load up. And then when the game started, was lagging like shit, because the game was struggling to rewrite that data over from the fucking shitty old hard drive into the actual game. So I've slammed it on my SSD now, and it runs flawlessly, boots up flawlessly, have no issue. But yeah, 6 months, 6 freaking months I did that, every day being like, what is wrong with this game, man? Why is nobody else having this issue? And it was a me problem. It was a me problem.
My game even looked better at the exact same settings than it did in 1.1, leading me and many others.
Hack as well. I'm pretty sure everybody knows this now. Reduce your brightness levels in Wuthering Waves. Game looks infinitely better just off doing that. It's insane. I remember the first time somebody told me about that, and I was like, that's bullshit. Didn't it? I was like, oh my god, it's not.
To believe that it was an optimization issue, but it honestly could have been a number of things. The first iterations of games tend to be laggy and have issues. Almost all games have flaws in their initial releases, so I don't blame Curl for anything. It's the Wuthering Wave glazers who can't see past their own perfect playing experience and expect everyone else's experience to be the same. Those are the people that I can't understand, because they're being arrogant to reality out of spite for their hate for Genshin.
I think at the end of the day, these people are just Genshin refugees. I think they were one-time Genshin stands. Something happened. Genshin hurt them. They fled to the safe harbor that is Wuthering Waves for them now, and now they stand there pointing the finger all the time. You know, on a massive copium sometimes.
Originally, I thought my experience was bad because my PC wasn't good enough to run the game, as I was told by so many people in the comment section. I know many people were running older Intel processors paired with 1660s or older GPUs, and they were running the game perfectly fine, while others with 3080s or 4070s couldn't even run the lowest settings. This video was filmed in 1.3, right before the release of 1.4. My friend also had some opinions on the graphics, and this is what he said.
Just in general, the overall looks or graphics of it, it looked a lot cleaner, it looked a lot smoother, it just looked a lot more realistic than Genshin. Genshin is kind of cartoony-ish looking, at least to me it was cartoony-ish.
Not surprisingly, he gave the graphics a 5 out of 5, which is what I would give it to.
Said I got a legendary, and then the first thing that pops up is a sword. I got scared. It's just a 3-star. We're good. No!
What did you get?
I lost the 50-50 to an encore.
Hey, at least you have a T2 encore now. Just walk past these guys. Do you see that bear?
Yeah.
Okay. What?
Wait. What did he get on his guarantee then? Because didn't he lose his first 50-50? What was his guarantee then? Or was he pulling on the... Did he pull on the premium and then on the standard? Did he? I'm confused.
What is the highest level you've seen so far?
Like 45, I think.
Get close to the bear.
Oh god.
Oh, he's talking to the bear.
Do enough damage to it.
I remember the very first time I encountered that bear at like, I think I was like, my highest character level was probably like 45, 50. Oh my god, I got my shit pushed in.
It's not that bad actually. We might be strong enough to beat it now. I took 2 hits. I've never been able to take 2 hits before. Oh, I died. Oh my gosh, I did just the craziest combo, bro.
Oh god.
No, no. I'm running as fast as I can.
Hurry.
Got him.
Oh my god.
You know it's legendary? It's just automatically legendary.
Yeah, no. Is there a cliff nearby?
Bro, don't.
I got
There's no
a rare.
Oh my god. You know what?
This
Come with me.
gun is just too
Come with me.
strong.
I say we go to the base of the monkey tree. We're gonna go free all the monkeys.
And I remember the
Bro, there's
days
a
of
monkey
getting
battle going
purple
on.
echoes.
Come on. I got my bets on white for no reason. White's gonna win. White's gonna win. No! No!
One with the sounds.
White won.
I don't think white won.
You ready? I don't think you're ready. Dang, you're doing mad damage.
I need my ult. I'd probably kill it faster.
Look at you go.
Oh, hold up. I have my ult.
Yo, he's cooking. He's cooking. Oh my gosh, you're soloing, bro. Let's go. I feel like the best way you can learn about the combat in this game is fighting the red bear. Number 1, because it's challenging. Number 2, because it forces you to learn how to dodge, counter, parry attacks, and sometimes
I wouldn't disagree with that necessarily. I think probably the best way to learn combat in WoW for me personally, I think it's just to run through holograms. You know, clear a couple of holograms, get to wherever it feels difficult for you, whether that's 4, 5, or 6, and then just like use those as practice, in my opinion, because they are the part of the game that it's not so much about being a damage sponge. It's not like this. Obviously, I know you've got a timer, but it's not like this arbitrary timer in need to get a 3-star clear or whatever. It just allows you to just like, you know, it's difficult. There's patterns, there's different levels as well to them in regards to what they do, and I feel like that's the best way to practice at the game and to improve on your parries, your dodging, your rotations, building up some team synergy, deciding who's best to use for those sort of situations. But yeah, I guess the Spearback King's a good way to go at it. It's just that it's so, in terms of the one taps, I suppose that's a good thing though. You know, it's definitely going to allow you to be a lot better in regards to your dodging side of things, that's for sure. But yeah, I still think holograms are probably the best way to do it.
Run away. In order to deal any significant damage, you have to learn most of these things. Despite this, I feel like I did a terrible job at actually explaining any of those things to my friend, because when I asked him to rate the combat, he said this.
The red bear. That was just an interesting experience. I think it's just very similar to Genshin, same mechanics. I mean, I do think that the way...
Interesting. Yeah, I think showing somebody new to the game in the idea of trying to get like a review from them, throwing them into the bear as a brand new player probably isn't the best thing to do. It's funny, but probably not the best thing to do, because it's just going to give them an unrealistic view of the difficulty spike in the game for the majority of combat, isn't it? You know what I mean? And a character that's just scaled in a way that's designed to just basically tap you when you get into combat with him your first time as an early level character. So yeah, I think really probably would have been better to take him through a few bits of combat and then introduce him to hollows, let him go do some of that, and then get back to him on what he thought about the holograms. I'll be interested to hear if he you know, his friend played to the point where he could do some of the hologram stuff and then actually come back to him, because that'd be interesting to see what his friend's got to say, because I don't think he'd think it plays like Genshin then if he did that.
Way that you can have both characters on screen at the same time, like doing a combo attack or whatever, I think that is very helpful.
Now I know most people will take this out of context and say, oh, he's saying Genshin's combat is better or that they're equal. But what he really means is that the game shares similarities in combat because they're both open world. And to fight enemies, you have to travel to them and attack in the same way you would in Genshin Impact. The reason
I don't think I'd judge him really. Dude just threw him into playing the game for a little bit and then asked him a bunch of questions, you know what I mean? I don't think the dude sat down for a good bit of time to really come up with you know, an argument to back up his point. So I wouldn't really, I didn't take that he was saying that Genshin was better from that, in my opinion.
When he says that Genshin shares the same combat mechanics is because he didn't get to experience the switching attacks in co-op, and had such weak builds that he could literally not get close enough to a boss in order to attempt a counterattack or a parry. He did though enjoy the combat animations, as well as the better jumping, grappling, and combos you can do. In the end, he would ultimately have to play the game by himself a little more to be able to fully give an actual rating of the combat. But for now, he gave it a 5 out of 5. This is the last category he rated it on, and as a whole, he would give the game 2.
For somebody who really didn't get a chance to play it much and thought it was like Genshin, he must really like Genshin Combat then, because he gave it a 5 out of 5 and he said it was pretty much the same.
Pickles out of 1 Dallas Cowboys, which is basically a 5 out of 5, or so he says. That means we've completed our objective. Unfortunately, I don't think that I'm personally going to be playing the game anymore because of 2 reasons. First, its community has very much driven me away from the
Oh, damn, bro got excommunicated. Dude got ran out of that place. Holy shit. I must admit, though, I would never let a community do this to me, but it does suck when people, you know, even if they misspeak or they actually, they have an opinion that's not the typical opinion, you know, people do get a little bit wild about stuff sometimes, don't they? So, like, you know, that's fair. I wouldn't let that chase you out the game, though, man. If the game's good, the game's good. Fuck what the community says about you.
The game because of their toxicity towards Genshin and people who just say something slightly negative about their game. And I know full well that not every player is like this, but most of the people that I've interacted with were, and it's kind of annoying. But that being said, the game is still amazing, and I love playing it for as long as I did. The second reason is because I personally don't like fan service at all. And I'm not gonna lie, it's getting pretty freaky. So I'm just gonna wait till something else releases so I can actually get invested in the game like this. And again, this is just personal preference, and I mean no hate to
If you haven't played PGR, bro, and you ever see this video, go play PGR.
anyone who plays the game. I have seen Mugen Train on the horizon, and I'm kind of excited to see what they're gonna do. Hopefully that game is the one I'll fall in love with. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed my rants, and consider watching the video.
I'll be interested to see if he's actually played PGR, if I'm honest. I think he'd probably have a good time with it. You know what? For what everybody thinks about this dude, I think he makes good content. I think he deserves more subscribers, if I'm honest. You know, whether you're a fan of his opinions or not, because dude gets decent views. It's just not translating into people coming back, really, which is a shame, because I think he makes some good content. I enjoyed that video, actually. You know, always interesting to see people's views. I think he probably would have been better maybe allowing his friend to experience more of the game, you know, in a little bit more of a fair situation rather than just throwing him into some co-op content. I know he wanted to play with him and get that for a video, but I think he should have done some of that, but then said to his friend, look, you know what, for the video, go play the game for a day or two, go get through some of the content, experience the story, experience the nuance, you know, what the game's got to offer you, get involved with it, do some of the holograms, you know, maybe get to the point where you can do some Tower of Adversity, whatever, you know, just do some of the more, I guess, end-gamey type content, or the more, more difficult content, basically. You might as well just say that, and then come back to you, and I think that would have probably made for a better opinion piece at the end from his friend, at least, anyway. But yeah, good video, man. Anyway, guys, check out Diamond Fire 21, go show him some love. Oh, good final, right, dude. They're all part of it, aren't they? They all do it at the end of the day. I don't think Wuthering Waves is that bad. I do get annoyed at the glazing of the rover. I don't really think the fan service is that bad. Like when I typically think of fan service, I think more of the way characters look. I do, rather than I guess the characters doting on you. I suppose. Hold up a second as well. I think my missus was just knocking the door. You think Jane Doe? What when you think fan service? Top on a bit of woo for a little bit then before I get off. Do 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 do. Oh, it's the FA Cup third round draw live now. I watched that video as well from
Ever since the glow
Ray Raven Radio in a little bit. See what the crack is with PGR. All right, Charlie, I'll catch you later, buddy. Appreciate you stopping by. I'm knackered myself, man. Been waffling so long today. Forgot we was playing games. What's that? I just start grinding more. What's it, man? I'm what? Oh, I got 30 days. That's still plenty of time. Still got plenty of time. Still got plenty of time. Oh, it's good dip into early. I still need to do on-course fucking quests, man. It's lacking. I swear I don't know what it is though recently. When I first up on the game, I swear the sensitivity feels slower. You know?
Don't run. Keep the dance going. Chaos.
I think it's just a placebo. Alright. So yeah, once I get off stream, I'm gonna I think I can pre-install Girls Frontline 2 because we're gonna play that tomorrow. I do want to check it out. Dude, I still need to min pick in this game. I don't think I've got one area 100%, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a whirl, see if it's any good. I'm hoping it's good, because I'm actually looking forward to it.
Loading. In war with time.
Stay behind. Lotus pervade. Engram.
Sprout of budding seeds. Crafting. Suffer.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope it's good, man. Glad it's on Steam as well. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind downloading launches, but it's always nice for a game just to be on Steam.
Let's have fun. Don't run. Keep the dance going.
I bitched up now. Carried away with your swirls.
Let's have fun. Loading. Iron graft you knew.
Stay behind. Like frigid death.
That third one? No, one left to do, yeah?
Caution is advised.
Loading. Worry not.
I'm gonna be shooting at one of those, ain't it?
I'm fine. Loading. Diminish. Astral modulation.
Astral modulation.
Stay behind. Shackles be gone. Engrave.
Reborn from ancient roots.
No souls. Bro, really? What?
The lovely smell of
One
these
soul.
my blossoms.
One soul, please.
Self-deceivers. Let's have fun.
There we go.
Chaos.
Oh, dude. It's like a bus. Give me that, give me that, give me that. Thank you. Like that as well. So, we've got a niche. We got, yeah, we just got these, oh, there's an epilogue for these, okay. Thought I did this? Okay, the final challenge in Dream of Desperation. Oh, shit, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, is it just part of the Depths of Elusive Realm? Okay. Oh, is that just the epilogue then finishing off the depths then, I guess? Yeah? Yeah, okay. Alright, well, let's do some of this then, man. Play through this and then onto the special characters, I guess. Yeah, fuck it. Let's run it with Cammy. Put on drop rate rewards. Let's do standard first. We'll run through them normal and then we'll add some what's it on. What, you Lynn? Look, Gil. I'm not just rocking a Bellborn, you know, fuck it. Alright, let's go. Let's go
The
then.
lovely smell of my new toy.
Beyblade, let's Beyblade. Gain shield after grapple. Resonance and liberation damage slightly increased. Yeah, let's go with the shield after grapple, I guess. Fuck it. Consider companion brain will join your team after completing the challenge. Consider companion Beiji will join the challenge. Let's go with Rena. Considering she was a main for me, may as well. For old time's sake.
Rafting, suffer.
What up, bro? You want one of them dream fragments on? I'm not gonna lie. Adding you for old time's sake. Short stack. Really missed it. Oh, it's nice seeing that sword in my hand now. Really is.
The lovely smell of all my prey. My new toy. Stemming. Vitality, sour. And claws struggle harder. Entertain me. My new blood is in everything.
Looks extra cheesy when you do it with her animations when she's hanging. It's like you're trolling the boss, like.
The lovely smell of all my prey.
What you got for me? Wank. Crit damage, okay. Crit rate. Energy regen. Alright. It is what it is. Resonance skill or resonance liberation triggers shatter effect when a shield exists. Alright, I'll take that. Please. I'm so tired today, man. I don't know why. Saying that, I was up late last night and got my sister's dog as well around here last night, and he fucking little shit looks up so much of the bed, even though he's only a little dachshund. What's going on though today? I do miss him already though. Yeah, when a shield exists, every attack taken. Yeah, let's get that. Burn through. Burn through. Alright, cool. What, mate? What you got for me? Shy boob. Okay. Okay, let's bring down Genie. Why not?
My youthful struggle harder. Entertain me. Entwine.
Twitch.
Luminous energy. The lovely smell of all my prey.
We'll take dungeon, he said. Maybe next time I'll just run it and go for the fragments. Nice to get. Let's try and re-roll and go for those shield though. Yeah, fuck it's got shield. I have a king-size bed and my golden lab pushed me into a corner so far that my right arm and leg hang off. And got a German Shepherd, my dad's, who I babysit half the time he sleeps on me. Yeah, right, dude. You sit there like, they've got all this space. I'm like, nah, I want where you're at. Not only they take up all the space, they're like fucking radiators. Like sweating your tits off.
My new toy, Crimson Blossom. Struggle harder. Entertain me. Life isn't everything.
Oh, you fuck face, I don't want to do that. It just looks so funny when you get caught by that.
My new toy. Grafting, suffer. Feed my blossoms, self-deceivers.
I got some tits that's been sweating off.
Judgment.
Hey, yo, I have in a minute as well, man, I'm telling you.
My
I've been far too much beer recently, man. I'm getting a right fat cunt.
chaos.
No mercy.
My new toy. Vitality sour.
Yeah, I need to start fucking, because I'm still training, like, what? Actually, I didn't go Friday and today, to be fair, but it's because Rose was off work. It's her fault. That's my excuse, anyway. Yeah, man, I need to start getting back on doing some cardio, I do. Need to get trimmed for my holiday. I need to change that though. And how they're laid out. Give us vertical cards so you can see all the text in the window. None of this bullshit scrolling to see what's in there. I could do with some lightning, couldn't I? Love the girlfriend, but I need to do for my heart better than now in 10 years. That's it. I think when it comes to stuff like that, you need to do, like, obviously you want to do for family and stuff and that, and your loved ones, but you got to get to that point when you need it yourself, you know what I mean? Sometimes I was like when it comes to like fucking weed, you know, because like I smoked weed since I was 16, man. And like, I know it sounds like a crackhead thing, but I'd smoke every day. I had to get off it, man, and I had like a good month of feeling like shit, man. I was getting stomach cramps and everything because I was such a fucking weed head. And it's been 2 years this February now since the last time I smoked. And I got to that point, like, you know, my missus kept wanting me to stop, like, you know, for money reasons, and just because I'd come home and I'd spend nearly all my evening smoking bud outside, I would, which obviously is fucking sad when you think about it, because I didn't smoke in the house. Like sometimes I'd sit in the car all night, man, with a tablet, like a munch, and just be there puffing away. Yeah, man, I got to that point where I was like, I needed to do it for me as well. Like, I wanted to do it for her, but I got to that thing where it was like, yeah, I need to now. That's when shit changes, really.
Don't run. Keep the dance going.
And it's been great for money as well, because I was spending a couple of £100 a month on weed, so...
Entertain me. Crooning.
The text box is smaller during the surveys, can only see a small line at the top in writing, point where, yeah. They are annoying. Yeah, I'd smoke like a baller every night, man. So I was like smoking 20 quid's worth every night.
The smell of all my prey. Judgment.
Then you take it into things like, because like obviously in the UK it's a lot more common to mix your weed with cigarettes. So like when I buy cigarettes, I buy Rizla fuel to go and get it and stuff, and easily spending hundreds a month on this shit, man.
Eradicate.
I genuinely never thought I'd be able to quit, to be honest. Like a lot of people are like, you know, quitting weed's easy, which, you know, for most people it is, but I think I was definitely, not, like, obviously, I know you can't get physically addicted to weed, but there's some studies that say you can get, like, you know, I don't know if the word's emotionally dependent on it, or, like, psychologically, addicted or dependent, but I was definitely that. Like I said, I was getting physical fucking watches, man. For about a month afterwards, I was getting insane stomach cramps. It was wild.
Don't run. Keep the dance going. Vitality, show it.
Yeah, psychologically, but some people argue it's worse. I don't think so. Well, I've never been, you know, I've never been addicted to anything physically, so I couldn't say, but it wasn't easy. You know, like 20 years, man. I think I've gone 7 months without it prior to that. It was just like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, it was obviously that want for it. But it's just like, without it was just this constant feeling of like, man. I don't know why they had this idea in my head where, like, with it, it's like, man, it's 6 o'clock. It's like 5 hours till I get to bed, really. You know what I mean? Like, what am I supposed to do in that 5 hours? I need it. Otherwise, it just like, I get this overwhelming anxiety and pressure of like, what am I going to do with myself? What am I going to do, like? Which, when I think about it now, he's crazy. Shit, I've gone the wrong way. Fucking idiot. Every time as well, like anything went wrong in life, you're like, fucking, I gotta spark up now.
The lovely smell of all my prey. Luminous energy. My meat. Don't run. Keep the dance going. Struggle harder.
Oh yeah, I forgot you did
Entertain me.
Little Horizon, yeah. I didn't even know it's charged, didn't I, bitch?
Blossoms, self-deceivers. The lovely smell of all my new toy. Don't run. Keep the dance going. Chaos. No mercy. Crooning. My new toy and twine.
She's ridiculous for stuff like that, isn't she? Just like hang out nearby and just spin around. Oh, wait, what's the matter? I'm gonna apologise at all, bro, man. Was it just a routine thing, or was something wrong with her? Hope Kitty's all good. Itchy skin, she chewed herself back. Dude, that's exactly what I've had to do with Elsie. Hold up a second here, let me just go and get her. Good job I did that. Good job I just went to check. Because she's had the same thing. She's had an issue with her skin recently. And she chewed her paw bad. And no. No. To where it was like really sore. So we've had like a bandage on her foot for like the last few days. We took her to the vets. They gave her some tablets and stuff. And some cream. And like the last couple of days we've been trying to air it out a little bit. So she's just had the sock on today. I've just gone in, we pulled the sock off and she was having a little nibble at her foot again. Silly girl. Was a silly girl. What's she man? A silly bear. So it's a good job. We're talking about that then as well, because I caught her in the act. Little shit. Gave her a cortisone shot and a rabies shot. Yeah, because we thought that she might have mange, man, because freaking foxes have been coming in the garden because the neighbours keep feeding the foxes. So we found it basically their skin gets itchy, so they overgroom, then it gets itchy, and then their hair grows back, so it's a cycle of misery for them, yeah. That's kind of like what she's been in. Like, she'd even lost a little bit of fur around, like, back of her legs and that, so we were thinking it was mange, but they said they ain't too sure at the vet's line. And if she did have it, it's like, because we have been like treating her with like these bath freaking what's-its, and she's got a lot better. But yeah, we was worried that she might have another mange. Yeah, she chewed her foot as well. It's a good job we spoke about that then. Yeah, in quarter, she took the sock off and was having a lick at her foot. She did it really well as well. Looks like a quarter just in time now, she hasn't got to chew any.
Struggle harder. Entertain me.
Yeah. I mean, that set you back a pretty penny then, yeah. That's like 200 quid just to take Elsie.
Crimson Blossom! Don't run! Keep the dance going! My new toy!
I built 25. That's not too bad then, I guess.
The lovely smell of feed my blossoms, self-deceivers.
Eradicate.
Yeah, that's all that matters at the end of the day. If Kitty's okay.
Don't run. Keep the dance going. Feed my blossoms, self-deceivers. Crimson blossom. My new toy. Life is in everything. Struggle harder. Entertain me. My new toy. Don't run. Keep the dance going.
Yeah, man, that's just stressful. Because you always worry, even when it's like, you know, when it's something you think, okay, this is just a routine thing, you know. I'm just gonna have to get this, and then you worry, like, what if you're going there for something simple, and it's like that's how it was with Lottie, you know what I mean? It was, oh, she threw up. She didn't seem like normal after throwing up though, so it was like, right, let's get her up the vets in case she's had something. And it was just like, oh, you know, she's had pretty much a heart attack. She's got fluid on her heart. And did you know she was blind? It's like, no, she's not. So like, it was all like all at once. Like whatever happened to it, like caused her to have eyesight problems. But then like when we took her the next time, her eyesight was better. And then obviously, you know, lost her not long after that.
Struggle harder.
So that was like
Entertain
one of those moments. It was like, fuck, man. I only
the
thought she had
lovely
fucking
smell
dodgy
of all
stomach.
my
Yeah,
prey.
you dying? Doesn't want to give me the glacials, does he? Now I see this. Now I see this. I need what? 7? Fuck.
The lovely smell of all my new toy. Luminous energy. Crafting, suffer. Don't run. Keep the dance going. Feed my blossoms, self-deceivers. No mercy. Eradicate. My new toy. Struggle harder. Entertain me. Don't run.
I took them all to the face then.
Going. Life is in everything. Pathetic.
Oh shit. I wasn't paying attention then when I took a beating.
My new toy's getting fun. Bask in the sunlight. Struggle harder. Entertain me. Feed my blossoms, self-deceivers.
So it's 15 pounds of trouble. My Calamity right there. She's about 14 and a chicken. What's going on, Holly? Yeah, Elsie was the same. I took her the other day. Took her in there. I was shivering. Fine, I'm gonna come out though. Dude, man, Chameleon's so fine. So fine. Oh, is that you, Cheese? I didn't know that was you. I'm sure you've been on in the chat with that account before, yeah. Do that. I'm not really bothered about these formless things, man. Don't interest me. Don't interest me one bit. Don't interest me one bit. Me Genshin Andy, you know.
Yo.
What's this here from Gamba? There's some breaking news has happened because he's usually like on it right away. Will the new Waves nominated with some huge games? It's just talking about the Game Awards. We know this, or don't we? Announcing the 30 games nominated by the Game Awards Players' Voice, 100% fan. Oh, okay. So was it got through to the next stage? Is that what this is about? All right, let's have a look.
Yo, YouTube, what's going on? AJ here, back at it again with another video. And in today's video, guys, we got some pretty good news. I would say pretty good, heartfelt news for people who are big fans of Wuthering Waves, who are enjoying the game, as well as you guys who are big Wuthering Waves supporters. And we'll talk about how it is a little bit different, right, from what I'm about to show you right now. So basically, we're going to read something that happened with the Game Awards that does involve Wuthering Waves. We got a video here for you guys to see it, and I want to explain why I'm thoroughly impressed with the Kuro dev team and why it's a good accomplishment for them to be mentioned with all these other nominations. But let's read it first. The Game Awards, about 40 minutes ago, right? Announcing the 30 games nominated for the hashtag Game Awards. Players Voice, 100% fan-voted award where the community is in charge of selecting the winner. Vote now this Wednesday in round 10, picking your top 10 games. Vote at that. Now, what I think ends up happening, right, guys, is that out of the 30, obviously 10 go down. Then it goes down to, obviously, I believe, like the top
Battle
5.
Royale.
Right? And then when it's the top 5 at the actual show of the Game Awards that they do with Jeff Keighley, is he shows it live kind of at the pre-show or at the start of the show, I believe, the top 5 that were there, and then he reveals the winner. But I want to talk about how this is essentially different than the actual, like, you know, the other one that I showed you guys from the past video with Baltoro, with Pokemon Pocket TCG. Now, as you guys know, the favorite for me between those like 5 games back then was we'll go over it. Let's just watch this video. Oh, hold on, guys. Let me get the sound for you guys real quick, so you guys can listen to it. All right, here we go.
Here are your 30 nominees for Player's Voice Round 1. Astrobot, Balatro, Black Myth Wukong, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Dragon Age
Some
Veilguard,
big games, guys.
Dragon
Some
Ball
big
Spark-
games.
How the fuck did Dragon Age get in there? Don't slip that in like we didn't see that shit. What? Player's choice. Everybody else seen been playing Dragon Age and Veilguard said it's fucking hot dog shit. Like, even Angry Joe gave it a 3 out of 10. Like, holy shit, bro.
Astrobot, Balatro, Black Myth Wukong, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Dragon Age
Some
Veilguard,
big games, guys.
Dragon
Some
Ball
big
Sparking
games.
Some
Zero,
trash.
Dragon's Dogma 2, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Final Fantasy XIV, Fortnite, Genshin Impact,
Fortnite's still
Helldivers
here.
2, League of Legends, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Metaphor ReFantazio, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, No Man's Sky, Palworld, Persona 3 Reload, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, Silent Hill 2,
Silent Hill 2. I need to play that one. I still need to get my hands on that
The
one. I love
Legend
horror
of Zelda
games.
Echoes of Wisdom, Valorant, Warframe, Warhammer 40k, Space Marine 2, Wuthering Waves, and
There it is.
Wuthering
There it
Waves.
is.
How did he say Wuthering Waves? Is that how you guys say that?
Wisdom, Valorant, Warframe, Warhammer 40k, Space Marine 2, Wuthering Waves, and
There it
Wuthering.
is.
Worth
There
is
it is.
original.
Obviously, Zenless Zone Zero's there too. But there it is, boys, right here. Wuthering Waves. And I just want to give, round of applause to Kuro Games. You did a good job. It's crazy to me how far we've actually come as, like,
I haven't played it, but seeing the others played some mockery to the first 2 games, never played the third either. It felt like it was looking to reach outside the play base. Yeah, to me, it goes back to what we was talking about earlier, when people was talking about worrying about censorship with Kuro, when we was talking about that conversation. And I was saying, if we genuinely are worried about that, then we're fucked in the West anyway, because, like, even though it's not so much censorship, that game, like, as and a lot of other games, it's like, you get an IP that starts, it gets a fan base, and it happens with so many things now in the West where they're like, right, this has got a fan base. Who's the fan base? Okay, all right, okay, that's what's made it popular. Oh, interesting. Okay, so let's create a new version to aim at that fan base. Nah, we don't want to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to use this thing that was built up by this particular fan base, but we're going to make it for somebody else. Who are those? Well, do they care about the IP? Not really. Are they into games? Probably not. We're going to make it for them anyway. Guess what, though? Journalists will really like it. That's what matters, right? And then guess what happens? The fan base hates it. And then guess what the journalists do? Scream bigot. It's just so fucking annoying. It's just so played out now. It keeps happening over and over and over again. And as soon as you mention it, people are like, what's your problem with woke and stuff? And it's just like, fuck off, man. Fuck off. It's just like, as somebody who, Dragon Age Origins is one of my most favourite games ever. I've watched enough of Veilguard to know that I ain't touching that game. It's a shame. BioWare, for me, was one of the GOATs of game development back in the day. And it's just to see what they've become now. This corporate well, not even so much activist, but just this creating games for people who are like, you know what, if you want to create those games, go create them. More power to you. I've got no problem with that. But it's when you take an IP that's beloved by nerds, fantasy enthusiasts, geeks, and then they're like, right, we're going to ignore all those guys. We're going to create it for the new generation of people, because guess what they're into? You know what I mean? Oh, it was mainly men who playing it. Well, we want to make women like it now. And it's like, guess what? It doesn't matter how much you twist it. Women don't like it anymore, because you know what? I keep saying this, but when you got things like sci-fi and fantasy, and it's good sci-fi and fantasy, guess what? If it's good sci-fi and fantasy, women who are into sci-fi and fantasy are going to like it. It doesn't have to cater towards women, you know what I mean? But they have to twist everything and be like, right, well, we've got to make it more female-friendly now. And it's like, that's not going to get more women playing it. You're not going to get all of a sudden, somebody who's into Emily in Paris into fucking Star Trek. It's like, it's not going to happen. You know what I mean? It don't matter how many female characters they put in fucking the next series of Star Trek, or they try and twist everything to be more, I guess, progressive. You know what? Rosie ain't going to stop watching the shit that she watches to watch fucking Star Trek. It just ain't happening. But guess what's going to happen? The people who typically watch Star Trek are going to go, you know what? I don't want to fucking watch this shit anymore.
Like, not only as a community with this game, but as like the devs, how far they've really come, right? From having somewhat of well, it wasn't somewhat, it really was a very, very shaky start, you know what I mean, with a lot of bugs, a lot of issues, and they still rewarded and compensated players, and they've now fixed the majority of things.
You know that whole thing with the launch of Wuthering Waves? Is that how it really happened? I know there was issues with Wuthering Waves, don't get me wrong, and I know there was, and obviously I didn't experience them. But I feel like now, it wasn't that bad, was it? The way some people talk nowadays, like I hear so many people say, oh man, you know, the launch, it was bad. And I'm like, was it though? I know there was problems. I know some people, it wasn't great. It wasn't that bad, was it? Was it? It's quite literally the most open-minded setting with different races and fancy elements already that makes no sense trying to add these weird progressive things. That's it, that's it. That's it, like, you know what I mean? It ain't even just that as well. Like, it's like the way it's written, man. It's so pretentious and like ham-fistedly done. I'm sick and tired of like people taking like beloved IP as well that's written in a specific way, or you know, it's created in a way, and they're like, well, people are too dense now. We've got to spoon feed them shit. You know, even if it's not like trying to go down this progressive route, they feel like that they're talking to dum-dums. Now, don't get me wrong, I know there's a lot of dum-dums, but like, you know, yeah, fuck off, man. I get angry about that stuff, I do. You know, because like a lot of the things are like loved as a kid, and I know things change, just aren't the same anymore. You know, like the best form of Star Trek that you can get now is Below Decks. That shit's awesome. New Star Trek's fucking shit. You know, recent Star Wars stuff, shit. You know what I mean? Like the best sci-fi that I've seen in a few years, really, is probably Dune and fucking what's it called? I forgot what it's fucking called now. Fucking hell. I'm not angry, I forgot. Shit, man, what's it called? Fuck. You're gonna forget. Fucking. I forgot what it's called, man. Silo's good as well, actually. From's good as well. We're not talking about that. Oh my days, man. I forgot. I swear I've got dementia. I'm telling you. Based on my wife, women hate being patronised and that. Yeah, right. I think, like, obviously there's always going to be women who are going to see things differently to us, like, of course. But I also think you've only got to have a brain and eyes and ears, haven't you, to see that, you know, they don't need, like, it's like me. You know, there's stuff I like that's got, like, female leads, you know? I wouldn't need them to be changed to like it more. I feel like if they change all that it would ruin it, you know? But I guess I'm overrepresented as a bloke, ain't I? So I suppose that's why I don't get it. But yeah. Dragon Age trash.
Things, and there still are quality of life things that we always ask for and they always deliver on as a dev team. But the fact that you come from that shaky start to where you're at now, and you're mentioned here in player's voice with, it's not just...
Oh, it's really triggering me that I can't remember what that sci-fi show is, man. It's set in our solar system. It's like quite a low sci-fi in terms of, you know, the ships work how they do in real life. You know, you have to generate enough thrust within the ship to get gravity. Oh my God, bro, what's it fucking called now? How can I forget it? It's like the Belters, you know, like the people who live in the belts, and like Mars v Earth. And why can I not fucking remember this?
Just gotcha games, guys, or mobile games you're mentioned here with Valorant, League,
Pissing me
Silent
off.
Hill, like all these names, you know what I mean? But
Zone Zero.
Yeah.
Vote at thegameawards.com and tune in December 12th to see who wins.
I wonder if Jeff's going to be wearing like a suit again with some stupid trainers.
Now, one thing I want to talk to you guys about, this is all at the Game Awards real quick, and honestly, we can click here, and the player's voice is a, you know, it's a round-based voting, as you guys heard him, and you have all these game choices. One of the things I want to talk to you guys about, though, like he said, they'll limit it down to 10, and then, you know, next time there'll be one more round before the actual Game Awards, and they'll announce the thing live. The thing about this...
Yeah, that's it, the Expanse, that's it. Oh my god, why couldn't I remember that? Yeah, that's it.
There is no...
Thank you.
No journalists, right, guys? I guess they're called journalists who vote for this. So essentially, this category is all fan voted. Now, I know one concern that people are going to have, oh, what about the botted views? What about the botted views? Don't worry. Last time that there was botted views, Jeff Keighley talked about how they found a way to counter that and got rid of all that stuff. They could... Basically, I guess they could tell they had a system in place for it, right? And then they could tell who actually won. So I'm not really worried about botted views and stuff like that. That being said, player's voice, right? I really would, if you're a Wuthering Waves fan, go vote for it. Though the odds are kind of like hard and stacked, though. I do think just Wuwa, though, being in here is a very, very phenomenal thing. And I think last time, if I'm not mistaken, right, guys, one of the years, I think HSR won this, unless I was mistaken, and that's actually the basically the mobile game thing. Or hold on, let's look at these, view all categories real quick, because we need to talk about it anyway. So we have best esports team, athlete, best adaptation, best multiplayer, best slam, best fighting. Where is it? Am I missing it? Best ongoing independent indie mobile game, right here. Right. So I don't know if I remember, but this one right here, guys, this one is 10% of our votes, right, will go in, and basically it's out of like 10 points, you can almost say, right? We get one of the points. The journalist or whoever's voting on these games, right, gets 9, like, you know, they get 9 points out of 10. So they kind of have more say as to who wins. Now, that being said, right, I don't think AFK Journey will win. Like I said before, we've already been over this. Pokemon TCG and Wuwa, I think, are the top two right here. But I honestly think it's hard to go against the Pokemon brand, the Pokemon fandom, and the Pocket game was good. However, I'm holding out hope that Wuwa still, you know what I mean, has a chance. But that being said, this one right here, when we go back, the player's voice, this is all you guys right here. Like, I mean, a lot of people did play Black Myth Wukong, but I don't know how many fans are going to go out their way to vote for Black Myth Wukong that are like as crazy and as passionate about the Hoyoverse games, or not just the.
I feel like there might be potential protest votes in this. So I don't know if Wuthering Waves will win. I feel like with something like this, it'll probably be like Astrobot, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Shadow of the Erd Tree, you know, Black Myth Wukong. One, they're good games as well, but I just feel like people will really want to make sure something like fucking Dragon Age doesn't win.
Hoyoverse games, the Kuro dev team, the Hoyoverse games, the Kuro community, all these two gacha brands, right? Just the gacha, I guess.
Helldivers was a proper freaking moment as well, wasn't it? You know, it was like a cultural moment, wasn't it, in games, Helldivers? Like, for a moment, it was everywhere. Never played it. It's one of those games I never played, you know, when it was very few games like that, when them like this big cultural thing that I didn't actually play. Among Us was another one. But yeah, like, you couldn't go anywhere on the internet for like 2 months. Everybody was talking about Helldivers, sharing stuff on it on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever it was everywhere. You know, it reached out into Instagram. Usually when you're on Instagram and you see gaming stuff, that you're not looking at gaming stuff on Instagram and it's there. It's like, oh shit, okay. But, you know, obviously decisions were made, and it was never going to hold up that level of hype. But it was insane, man.
Players are more, I guess, inclined or just want to support these dev teams more and more in any way possible, in any shape that I've ever seen a community do, right? And go to those extra extents. But I just wanted to share this with you guys in case you guys wanted to go ahead and vote yourself. And let's find Wuwa here real quick. I think it's in one of the other right here. Wuthering Waves right here. Gen C's on there. Yeah, if you guys want to go show
Cool, she's she's the goat. That's
your
right.
support, you guys want to vote for the
Go on.
game.
Go on.
See how far it gets through the rounds.
How the fuck is Senua's See this what I'm saying. This shit's bullshit. Really. This is why like I don't even take too much into this. If I'm honest, like I know Gamba, like this is what the kind of content he makes, which I ain't even questioning Gamba. I'm on about the actual thing. This is bullshit, and he don't mean shit. The fact that Senua's Saga Hellblade 2's on there when like everybody who pretty much played that, I haven't played it myself. I watch people play it though. It's fucking barely any game there. You know what I mean? You got fucking Dragon Age Valguard in there. Like obviously I know there's got to be some more poor ones. But it's like how the fuck is Dragon Age Valguard and Hellblade in with things like Shadow of the Erdtree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. You know what I mean? Like these games that are like critically acclaimed. You know what I mean? From the player base and critics. They're actually like. I don't like to throw around the word masterpiece, but some people definitely would with Elden Ring. You know what I mean? Like it's like how the fuck have they snuck in there? They see you, I see you. How the fuck are you getting here? How did that happen?
Vote yourself, and let's find Wua here real quick. I think it's in one of the other. Right here. Wuthering Waves right here. Jinxie's on there. Yeah, if you guys want to go show your support, you guys want to vote for the game.
Tencent own digital extremes as well, don't they? So I didn't realize they had
through the rounds.
Warframe as well.
I definitely think it would be cool to see Wua make it into top 10. If Wua made it into top 5 and was being shown at the award show,
could happen. I don't think it will though. What we reckon here? I think Warhammer 40k. I think that's going to be in there. I think Stellar Blade's going to be in there. I think Warhammer, Stellar Blade. I think Shadow of the Erdtree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I think Black Myth Wukong. I think Sparking Zero is going to get in there in the top 10. I think Helldivers is going to get in there. I think Dragon's Dogma 2 is going to get in there. Astrobot's going to get in there. And what would be the last one? I think maybe Silent Hill 2. I feel like that'll be the top 10. Like, to get to this point, are you getting voted from the community, or is this just like they throw some into the hat and then it gets put out to the community? I would imagine that's probably the case, yeah. I wonder how many initial votes were needed to get this far into the category. I bet most of it probably, I would imagine this was a choice of people at the Game Awards, wasn't it? And then the community gets to, I don't know, that might not be the case. But I feel like that'll probably be the top 10. You know? Well, you never know. You never know.
To see Wua make it into top 10. If Wua made it into top 5 and was
I don't think that'll happen.
The award show,
this is quite a strong bit of competition to go up against, isn't it? You know what I mean?
For this video, I just want to share something light with you guys. Please.
You know, Warhammer, even though I still haven't got it myself yet, that's been critically acclaimed, hasn't it? You know, people seem to have absolutely loved that game. It's obviously, it just depends on how many people are going to vote for him, really, at the end of the day. Like, we've got to look outside the gacha space, haven't we? Which, fair enough, a lot of these games will get diluted in regards to, like, you know, probably inside the gacha space. It's going to probably be between, I feel like it's going to be, if you're looking at the gacha games, it's going to be between Wua and Genshin, isn't it? Because Genshin's in there as well. I feel like most high old people are going to vote Genshin. And then I think there'll be the people who might like Zenly Zone Zero, be like, well, fuck Wuthering Waves, I'm going to vote Genshin. Just to piss people off in the Wua community, you know what I mean? Okay. The Gacha Community Civil War. What's this? All right. Okay. Go on then. Go on then. The Gacha Community Civil War from Baldman. Let's have a look then, shall we? Tecton, let's go.
What is up, Drama Alert Nation? It's I, your host, Killer Tectone. Let's get
Killer
right
GameStar.
into the news.
Right.
The gacha community is exploding, and I can't keep this up the entire video. So there's some bullshit on Twitter that's been going on involving.
Since when's Techie been painting his fingernails black, man?
A lot of gacha CCs. You know what happens? I take a break and everybody starts to lose their mind, and now we got 10 gacha CCs going at each other for some dumbass bullshit, and we could usually skip over that, but that's not really that fun now, is it? Let's go over all this shit. Let's realize why people are angry.
I'm here for a bit of PvP. I'm here for a bit of PvP. Pardon me. We're gonna have to let Wiwi Cork on the PS5 for a while before it wins. I think the PS5 will be a big factor on it. Get it out there to the normies. You would think Gacha would have a category. I know a number of people outside of here that play or share the codes and invite people. Yeah, that'd be a good idea, actually. I think to actually have a Gacha. I know they've got the mobile space, but a Gacha one would be good, actually. It's big enough, really, as a genre now, isn't it, really? You know? Pixel voted Pokemon TCG for Mobile Game of the Year, and now going to vote Genshin for Game of the Year.
Angry, and let's give a scathing
Exposed court
take. But I would say pretty much the beginning point of all
I don't even know what these dramas about.
Gacha revenue PvP
okay.
And they recently went away.
Okay, makes sense. It's always the Gacha revenue chart, isn't it? It always comes back to the Gacha revenue chart when all the PvP starts. Okay.
Gacha revenue is no more. It's gone. It's complete. And now we have a new thing.
I'd love to know
why
that happens.
The Sensory Tower. Okay, the Sensory Tower is like, some people like it, some people don't. Me personally, I haven't done enough information or research on it.
See, like, this is the thing that I was saying before. You know, when I spoke on this whole Sensor Tower issue. Even like Tectone, it's like, oh, we got something new, we got Sensor Tower. The information was all pulled from Sensor Tower. There's still quite a lot of people that think Gacha revenue was Sensor Tower. I've even still seen some people in the live streams when I've been lurking around, and they've pulled up Gacha revenue, and they're quoting that as if that's Sensor Tower. You know what I mean? Not realizing that the Gacha revenue just pulls information from Sensor Tower and then adds the 1.75 times in regards to the Chinese Android data. It still shocks me that a lot of people don't know that. And I've seen people getting into the PvP not knowing that as well, which I'm like, bro, come on, man. You know what I mean?
I don't really know if it's up to snuff. However, people will call it bullshit. Some people won't. So some people, aka the big culprit for today, is Legions Gaming, is saying that anybody who reacts to this shit is essentially a piece of shit trying to cause issues. And then you have other CCs where people are so happy that nobody can react to it anymore because finally the communities will be at peace. That's just not.
Nah, I think it was brilliant, man. The Gacha revenue chart was great. You know, it was nothing to be took seriously, but it was so funny to watch communities just go into meltdown over it. And I know a lot of people will be glad it's gone, which is fair enough. You know, I get it. But oh man, I think it was peak cinema, man. Every month, people will be falling out. Friends would be like actually, you know, ending friendships over dumbass arguments, PvP between CCs, communities going to war with each other. Oh, it was good times.
True. We know the Gacha community. It's full of some of the biggest retards on the entire platform.
True.
And now we have a bunch of babies yelling at each other on a day-to-day basis. I love it. I think it's great. It feels very spicy, feels very alive. It's war every single day, whether it's Zyox, Sergeant Jeff this time. Who knows who it is next time? Maybe it's Enviosity. Oh, wait, he's dead. Truly unlucky. F's in the chat for him. So there were also some people who were in defense of the Gacha revenue report and were in defense of the Sensory Tower report, saying it's actually quite good for the community to report on.
Okay, so Tectone does know that it's separate, right? Okay, Tectone knows that it's separate. Okay. I'm not even saying that, like, Tectone was, like, using it to get into the PvP. Obviously, he's reacting to the PvP, but I kind of, the way he said it, I thought, like, he didn't really see that the two were separated, but he does. Okay.
So Gotcha Smack goes ahead and posts a tweet that says this. If you are salty because content creators are farming revenue numbers for a quick bag, then you must be wearing a diaper. Y'all don't get to be fake as fuck.
Yeah, I already mentioned, I think in V and Fox's chat, that if Gacha revenue wasn't there, they'll find something else. Sensitive, Billy. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, it's like, you know, like, we watched the Kazahana video the other day, didn't we? Where he was using App Magic. And because the numbers look good for Wuthering Waves, he was reporting on it, and I was like, oh, okay, so this one's okay to use now. It's just, you know, end of the day, it's going to happen. People are going to go elsewhere. Somebody else is going to provide what Gacha revenue did. Whether, like, people are just going to go straight to the horse's mouth in regard to Sensor Tower or Bilibili or App Magic or whatever other site that provides a service like that, or somebody's just going to create another website, aren't they, like the Gacha Revenue to do it. You know, it's going to happen. I'll give it a month and we'll have a new version of the revenue chart, won't we? Where somebody's just like, right, time to start some fucking shit. And I'm here for it, man. All right, let me just go back to this.
Goes ahead and post a tweet that says this. If you are salty because content creators are farming revenue numbers for a quick bag, then you must be wearing a diaper. Y'all don't get to be fake as fuck, delusional, and glaze these gacha games 24/7, then bitch about a one video a month talking about numbers while you spend every day promoting, playing, and gassing up the gacha garbage. And
hey, you know what? I think that's a fair take, man. That's a fair take, in my opinion. It's true. You know, people might not like the PvP and the gacha revenue stuff, which is fair. I get that. But some of the content creators that I've noticed that hate the revenue charts, that hate them, are definitely some of the biggest glazers of particular games. And it's like, you know, it's like, I definitely think that's, you know, it's like you'll spend all month going in, slobbering on that knob of a particular game, and then when a chart comes out, it's like, all right, time to get really angry about it, when it's just like, you know, it's like, it is what it is, I guess.
And profiting from it. You are every bit of the reason these communities suck ass, and in fact, you're an even bigger catalyst. Get off that high horse, get your bag, and shut the fuck.
I'd even agree with that as well, actually, if I'm honest. I definitely think the Glazers are definitely more of a catalyst of PvP between communities. We don't need to necessarily go into mentioning names in regards to all that sort of stuff because it's pointless, but there is definitely some glazers that do definitely encourage community PvP, which I am totally cool with. Just putting that out there. That's why I'm not mentioning names, because I don't think it's a problem. They definitely put out that PvP out there by, you know, glazing, comparing, but not just like, because comparing's fine, but you know what they're doing. They're starting a bit of PvP in that regard. They want to engage. Their engagement farming in regards to like the glazing on one game compared to another game, and then slating the other game. You know exactly what they're doing, and they'll do that all month. And then the PvP starts with the gacha revenue chart. Now that's a problem. You know what I mean? Oh, it's causing animosity between the communities. It's getting everybody fighting with each other, and it's been like, you've been doing that 20 other 9 days of the fucking month, man. Now all of a sudden it's a problem. You know what I mean? And I think sometimes it's because the chart doesn't, they're not able to use that content in a way to reflect the glaze. Do you know what I mean? So it's a bad kind of content, and people who make that sort of content are either dumb, they're disingenuous, they're stupid, you know, and they're just starting bullshit. And I think Gachas right about this, to be fair, yeah, if I'm honest. I agree with that. That for the most part, the people that I've noticed that really don't like the revenue charts are people who spend quite a lot of time making PvP content in regards to glazing games.
Yep. That's to any CC viewer and spectator who thought they was actually outside of muddied waters. Now, I want to make one thing perfectly clear. This is to a couple of viewers, but as far as content creators goes, this is about one content creator, one content creator only. This is about Legions Gaming, and that's just a goddamn fact. Okay, this subtweet is a direct fucking message. This is a direct missile towards Legion, because Legion was going the fuck off on anybody who was covering these fucking numbers, okay?
It's like a
now,
season.
Some content creators decided to weigh in, myself included, and I said, anybody who gets angry at this post is about to self-report so hard, because if you get angry at that post, that's because it's about you, bitch. Another content creator called Red News says, these replies are cringe. It's ridiculous that the other people are making fun of your game's trends. Is this a big enough issue for you to have register as a problem? Plus, unless I missed something, the numbers have actual data behind them. They're just scaled up. Stop with this fake shit. Yeah, I think I might have to make a video to clear up this confusion. People are confusing Sensor Tower with the Reddit user. True.
Thank you. I've been saying this for ages, man. People was doing that for a long time, and it was kind of pissing me off, that confusion that was going on. I know you can't blame people for it, because, you know, content creators would be like, oh, let's look at the Sensor Tower data, and then they pull up the Gacha revenue chart, and it's like, you're not even looking at the fucking Sensor Tower data, man.
Love you, Smack. But I've been telling you in the comments of your revenue videos that those numbers are fake. I'm still wondering when this thing is going to get the English community, as we, the Spanish community, already started to ban that quote-unquote source. Very interesting. Smack rebuttals with, not a single time has anyone ever stated the numbers were an accurate representation of the way these companies make. Dozens of times it has stated that there was a source for content and speculative observation. Therefore, nobody can even say.
I'm glad that some people are picking up on this now, because this is where, you know, on that original, obviously going back to the stuff that happened with Fox, you know, the video that Fox made. I made a video in regards to that, in rebuttal to that the Sensor Tower data is a scam. which I just don't think it is, because a scam is something in taking your money within the idea of scamming you. I just think the sensitivity data is just inaccurate. You know what I mean? I think I was probably just a lot more a lot more calm and polite in the manner in my rebuttal than what Fox was. But this is what I said in my initial reply to some of the stuff with Fox, that I understood the core of what he was trying to get at, because I don't think that sensitive is a scam. I think it's incorrect. And I think the numbers could be ranging massively in how incorrect they are to being maybe sometimes pretty fucking bang on. We don't know. We can't say they're wrong because we don't know the numbers, but people will adamantly say, I know for a fact this number is wrong, when you don't know that. It's probably wrong, and more than likely it is wrong, but let's not pretend that it probably isn't a good tool to kind of guess trends at the same time as well. This idea where people are just like, it's fake. It's just like, I don't think it is. It's companies using tools that other companies use for reference. So there's got to be something in them, because these companies are putting money behind it. You know, if you look at the sort of companies that use Sensitower, that use places like App Magic and stuff, definitely believe there's something valid to them to use them. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean it's correct, but I think the trends probably are somewhat in the right direction. So I'm glad that, like, you know, other people have actually started to speak on this, because after that, a lot of people in my comment section, which is fair, were just like, nah, it's all bullshit, it's all bullshit. And I was just like, I just don't think it is. I don't think it is. I think it's probably incorrect, but to just call it fake and made up, it's just like, I think the problem was because people conflated Sensitower with a gacha revenue chart, and they thought Sensitower was just some dude on Reddit, not an actual big company that does analytical data reports. You know what I mean? So, like, Sensitower got muddied into this, well, it's just some dude on Reddit, man, in the r/gacha gaming Reddit, innit? It's like, no.
What's wrong and what's right. I look forward to Smack's future video. Now, you would think it might end here. It was a pretty good take, you know, pretty big thing to say around here. And, you know, people were calling Legions a hypocrite, saying, you know, that how are you going to say that you can't react?
Although I will say, don't bet your life on the numbers. That's all I'm saying, okay? We can guess trends, but I always say, you know what I've always said? It's probably a good way to say who's in first, fourth, fifth, and sixth kind of thing. You know what I mean? First, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, if that makes sense. But let's say if fourth and fifth only have a difference of $1 million, then who knows? Maybe fourth could be fifth and the other way around kind of thing. You know what I mean? But I think it's a good estimate for trends.
So,
which I've already said.
Mr. Pokey puts out a tweet that shows the quote-unquote accurate user data of how much every single game make. Genshin Impact making 61 million, Love and Deep Space making 47 million, Honkai Star making 29 million, Goddess of Victory Nikkei making 28 million, Arc Knights making 24 million, and Just CN, Wuthering Waves making 23.7, and Zenless Zone Zero making 22.7. So Legion's then responded to, bro is literally the go-to guy for fake news for gacha. Whoa, all caps. That's big. I wish y'all would stop covering this dog shit. It's not even real numbers. It's literally made up. It just makes the gacha space way more toxic and tribalistic than it is already. Now, I already called out Legion for his hypocrisy here, because you can't say complaining about making the gacha space more toxic when you're also going around calling people the guy to go to for fake news. It's very discrediting to that person's source. It's very hypocritical. However, being a hypocrite isn't illegal. Now, which Red New responds, you literally farm the exact same content, dude. Is your whole theme just calling people out for the exact same shit you do? How can a clown pose as holier than thou? In which case, I actually reacted to one of Legion's videos, also reacting to the Gotcha Revenue Report several months prior. And
Thank you. This is what I said in regards to the video that we watched about the App Magic video. You know, even like Styx made a video responding to the whole Saint Tontas and the Sensitower stuff is a scam. And he was like, you know, if you believe these numbers, it's bullshit. But then we just saw the video that he spoke about, saying that, you know, he started using the revenue charts as reference for numbers. And I'm not calling him out in that regard. I'm just saying there's a lot of people doing that. They're like, you shouldn't listen to the revenue numbers. But then literally reference the revenue numbers in other videos when they're talking about news and such. And I just think I'm just like, you know, it's like either we ignore them or we use them. You know, you can't be like, well, it's bullshit, but I'm going to reference them. That's why I always say, we just don't know. You know what I mean? I'll reference them myself because I think there's probably some substance to them, but the actual specific numbers are probably well off.
which this was a truly caught, or for the revenue report, a truly bought moment, which there was 2 screenshots provided of him doing the exact same thing that he was castrating other people for, right? Into which Kate, Captain Cabinets, aka the content creator,
I blame everyone for everything. I can't get an erection to satisfy my wife anymore. Thanks, Obama.
with the biggest tits in the entire gacha space goes, Legions literally is the biggest hypocrite in the space. The dude will repeatedly take a dig at other CCs or opinions while doing the exact same thing. Every other day, the guy...
That's it, innit, man? I think that's what a lot of people do with this stuff in regards to the PvP stuff and the gacha revenue. They become a little bit hypocritical, which, again, as Tecton says, is not illegal. It's not the worst thing in the world. It is what it is. You know, being called a hypocrite, whatever, move on kind of thing. But it is hypocritical, you know? And it's like, why paint a X on your back when you're doing that same shit in regards to the whole revenue chart stuff? It's just like, you got to expect to be called out, I guess, a little bit on it. Like, it's like,
it makes him seem like he's above it all. Rules for thee, but not for me attitude. The dude blocked me, but somehow I always see his goofy takes on my timeline from others almost weekly. Truly cinema. Insane, which another content creator posted. Kazahana, that Legions has blocked you. Legions going on a blocking spree. It is what it is. I love the block button. It makes everything very simple. Take the people you don't like and simply make them go away, and surprise, surprise, they become powerless. I think it's hilarious. I think everybody should be allowed to block.
Would you block
I don't think it's
Kazahana?
an admission of weakness. I don't think it's an admission of guilt. I think it is the, hey man, if you're gonna piss me off, all right, bye bitch. Bye bitch. Hey, let people live the way they want to live. Legion then goes and makes a final post 1 hour ago. And his final take is on this, and then I'll weigh in. The amount of people that run on 2 brain cells that are trying to criticize me for calling out their creators for covering this dog shit revenue chart that we recently found out was completely fake and trying to say, well, you did too.
See, this thing as well, you know, this where we recently found out that it was fake. What, because Saint Tontas made a video, now all of a sudden it's just completely fake? If you hadn't took the second to look into it, the idea that we've only found out recently that it was fake, it's like, well, that's kind of on you a little bit, especially as a content creator. And I don't think we did recently find out that it was fake. I think a lot of people recently found out that, 1, the gacha revenue chart isn't sensitive, and 2, the Android data for China isn't shown and is kind of guesstimated based on the iOS data. That to me doesn't necessarily equate to fake. It just probably equates to it's incorrect to varying degrees.
Yeah, over 4 months ago, dumbass. It's a very simple concept to understand that people can change their minds about something. How can so many people who are lacking basic common sense blows my fucking mind?
That's true as well. I'll say that. Being a hypocrite isn't doing something prior and then deciding afterwards, okay, you know, that's not me anymore. That's changing. If you then go on to do it after you've said you're not going to do it anymore, that's being a hypocrite.
Now, I will say to this is a very, very, very fair...
I think so, you know, Vez.
Okay? This is very, very, very fair. Obviously, Legions has since stopped reacting to the Gacha revenue report. This is factual, and I do think it is ridiculous when somebody says, yeah, dude, well, you're coming at me because you called me a pedophile, but you used to date 12-year-olds. Yeah, when they were 12 years old, and now...
Pretty shitty analogy there, Tom, but I agree. This is what was my defending point of Fox, with the whole situation, is when I said, I was like, I don't really think he was hypocritical because he made statements before and then he changed his mind on the statements, you know, because he compared and then decided that, you know, probably not the best idea to compare. If it was the other way round, then that'd be hypocritical of like, oh, this is bad to do this and then go on to do the thing that you said was bad. But making a mistake, or not even making a mistake, just doing something and then deciding that's not me anymore, isn't being a hypocrite. That's changing. We all do that. None of us are the same person we was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. You know, otherwise, I'm pretty sure everybody who's in their 20s is a hypocrite because they've probably done some dumb shit when they was 15 that they wouldn't do now. It's if you did it the other way around that maybe there'd be a bit of an issue. You know what I mean?
Now that they're fucking 40, they don't do it anymore. That's the fucking difference. You can't hold people's past actions and say as if they're current actions. That's just not how it fucking goes. It's a horrible mindset to have. It's incredibly idiotic. And anybody who holds people's past actions that they've attempted to move forward from and have shown they've tried to move forward from them, well, they shouldn't bring up that other bullshit. My opinion. And I'm going to stick by it.
No, I
Also,
agree
I
with
stopped
that.
covering this shit months before we even found out it was completely made up numbers because I saw how toxic my comment section was becoming, even by just going over the numbers with an unbiased review on them. I even deleted most of the videos months ago before I even delete one or two of them. I think this is dumb as fuck. The Gacha
All I'll say is, I don't think he's a hypocrite in that regard, but I think he's been, I don't want to say hypocritical because it's not like it by the definition, but by going hard on other CCs for doing so, is, I guess that kind of is a little bit hypocritical, you know, just because you've decided to move on from a prior action that you used to do, for whatever reason that you think you've had a come to Jesus moment, right? It doesn't mean that what they're doing is somehow bad just because you don't want to do it anymore or you see yourself above it. So to actually go on the attack, I think that does kind of make you a little bit hypocritical, you know? If you did A and you stopped doing A because now you do B, that's fine. But if now because you do B, you're going hard at everybody else because they still do A, then I think you're a bit of a hypocrite because it is, you are like, you know, you kind of have a massive problem with something that you used to do yourself. And just because you don't do it anymore doesn't mean that it was necessarily a bad thing for other people to do. Maybe they'll come to Jesus moment like yourself and not want to do it anymore. But at the end of the day, reacting to Gacha fucking revenue chart, it's not exactly like you were robbing 70-year-old women outside the fucking shopping mall. You know? So it's like, objectively, you can't really say it's a bad thing to do, can you? It's just making content creation about revenue within the gacha space. Just because you've decided to move on from it doesn't mean that means then that other content creators that still do that are somehow like bad people for it, if that makes sense.
Comments are going to get pissed off and toxic about pretty much everything. If you react to a trailer and you don't emote enough, they're going to get angry. If you react to a female and you're not coming hard enough, they're going to get angry. If you react to a male character and you're not saying, oh my God, I love Zhao, he's so gay, he's just like me, I want to fuck Zhao, lament, then people are going to fucking hate you. The Gacha community will be and always has been one of the most toxic, baby-ridden places on the internet. It'll never change. It's accept that or move on, and that's pretty much how it goes. And to the dick sucker content creator that is obsessed over me and cannot keep my name out of his mouth ever since the thing with me and Captain Cabinets, she's not gonna fuck you, little bro. Kate, are you gonna fuck him? Hold up, let me go to the source. I know you're in my chat. I saw you earlier. Well, the silence truly is deafening. I'm going to take silence as a no. This dude has had a hard-on for me for months. He's referring to the content creator Red New. Even though I have blocked him, he legit stalks my shit to comment on anything I say, no matter how minor the controversy is. Me and Pokey are cool, so the people think that because I quote retweeted them and use him as an example and I hate him, cannot be further from the truth. I know that he is farming low. I was also farming a little bit when I quote retweeted him. Pokey's a great content creator. There's a reason so many people have flocked to his content. But that kind of rage baiting and farming content to make the gacha base even more toxic than it already is just not my kind of content anymore.
See, like, I think this is where he makes himself a hypocrite, though, right? He says he hasn't really got a problem with Mr. Pokey. You know, he's farming, okay, and I was kind of farming as well, but I've got a problem with that anyway. It's like, you literally just did it. So that's where he's becoming a hypocrite now for me. He's like, you shouldn't really do this. I used to do this. I don't want to do it anymore. And I know that Mr. Pokey's doing it. And I'm actually just, this tweet that was about Mr. Pokey was actually doing the same thing that Mr. Pokey's doing. But I think it's not really a good thing to do. And he's like, okay, all right, now you am starting to get into a bit of a, you know, a hypocritical space now, in my opinion.
I know that I'm losing my views by not covering this kind of stuff, but I do not care, lol. Anyways, some of y'all need to go outside and lamau. Here's my take. I think all this shit's dumb as fuck. Who cares? It's a revenue report, whether you want to cover it or not. Who cares? It's all for fun. It's all for entertainment. It's all for
PvP.
Don't take this shit so seriously. It's not that big of a deal. We're all promoting gambling to children anyways, so who really cares? Is one content better than the other content? Not really. Just let people have their fun. Let them enjoy themselves. And that's my take. Anyways, let's all lighten up. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, agree. It's like, you know, I think when it comes down to like reaction content, you know, some people are like, nah, reaction content, shit content. Some people like it, man. You know, people like it, don't they? Now, I'll admit, because I do a lot of reaction stuff, it's fucking easy content. It's a lot easier than editing a video together, writing a script, coming up with a bunch of different ideas for a video. You know, you just literally go and watch somebody else who's done all that hard work. But there's a place for it. People like to watch people react to gameplay trailers, to, you know, video games, to drama, to a content creator's opinion on something that they watched and they was like, oh, actually, I wonder what this other person would think about that. I'd like to see their opinion. I like seeing that stuff. I like to watch people react to content sometimes. I watch a lot of Asmongold. That is like 99% of Asmongold's content, at least on his YouTube channel, is his opinion on other things. I love to see what Asmon's opinion is. You know, and I agree with what he said there. Like, you know, just because you don't want to do gacha revenue chart content anymore doesn't mean you've got some divine right to say, like, well, that's below me. It's like, people like to watch it, man. Some people find it funny. Some people get too fucking serious about it. But like Tecton says, some people are going to get too serious about a lot of shit, aren't they? So it really doesn't matter. Just do what you do and enjoy, and let the people who are going to get mad about it, really. You can't sleep. Well, welcome back. Yeah, I completely agree. You could go about it in a much better way than throwing insults and belittling CC's viewers. Doesn't end up with people trying. Exactly, that's in it. Are we talking about here? Sorry, Vez, specifically. Sorry. But I agree with your point. I agree with your point. But yeah, you know, the whole censorship thing for me, I thought it was funny. I wondered why it's gone. Why has it gone? Why is it redirect to censor terror now? Do you reckon the doo-doo medic was just like, you know, like, do you reckon potentially maybe dudes had threats against him? Do you know, maybe somebody doxed him or something? Like, it's kind of weird where, like, oh, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I can see that. No, I agree. I know, yeah, Charlie was just looking at that, actually. Yeah, end of the day, the way I see it, the gacha revenue chart's funny. People get really mad about it, like, and they shouldn't get mad about it. And it's funny to kind of watch. I like watching people get invested into stuff and overreacting in a way that just doesn't make sense. It's funny, you know what I mean? It's like watching people freak out on Twitter about silly little thing. Ain't no way it's winning. Nah, I don't think it will. I was even saying, like, I don't even think it'll get into the top 10. I'm honest, when you got things like, you know, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Erdtree, freaking Helldivers, Christ, what else was in there? Warhammer 40k, you know, a bunch of other really good games as well. Honestly, I'd be surprised if any either Genshin, WoW, or ZZZ get into the top 10. I'm honest. So it's kind of two thoughts, agreeing with it does make him hypocritical, then stating ways he could do better about it. Yeah, it's like, you know, I'm always of the idea that making a mistake, you know, it's I don't like using the term making a mistake, you know, because, like, let's just take the gacha revenue chart. I don't think reacting to the gacha revenue and making content about it is a mistake. If you've then decided, you know what, that isn't what I want to do anymore, and then you move on from it, and you even mention, you know what, I ain't going to do that anymore, and I think there's too much of that. That's fair. I think that's fair. You know, because you've changed your mind on something. You're no longer doing that thing anymore. That's just changing. That's progression, isn't it? But I think if you then, because you see that as farming, then go to somebody else and farm them to prove a point about what they're doing is just farming, but then admit that you're farming, somehow that's okay, and then double down on saying that the farming of that stuff is just really toxic. It's just like, now you've lost me, you know? Now you've lost me, like, now. But yeah, the community can be a fucking right weird space sometimes, man. Too many people getting too butthurt about shit that really don't matter. But yo, guys, you know, on that one, I'm gonna leave it there, man. It is 20 to 9. I'm knackered today, man. I didn't play as much as Wuthering Waves as I'd like to. We will be back tomorrow. I'll probably pop up one of the reactions from today. I haven't decided which one, because I've only ripped part of the script and done a bit of recording for the next video. But I don't know if I like it. I feel like I'm meandering too much, and it just doesn't feel like it's structured right. It feels a bit like arse backwards kind of thing. So We'll see. I might edit it together, get some music and get all the footage in, and then see if it feels a bit better, and then maybe go from there. But yeah, so that'll be a few days. So that video's up, and yeah. So I'll have a reaction video up tomorrow, and we'll be playing Girls Frontline 2 tomorrow. A new gacha, new game, new hype. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, we're back normal time tomorrow around about 12 noon GMT. So whatever time it is for you, work it out from there, and I will see you all tomorrow, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe. Love your faces. Ta-ra.